Chapter 657. There were many beautiful mountain peaks within the Qishe Manor. Qilin lay in front of the cliffs, accompanied by old herbs, and overflowing with fragrance. There were also many open lands decorated with pearl-like lakes and flood dragons. As soon as Yi Fan entered the Qishe Manor, he was discovered. Qi Huishui brought dozens of people to block him at the mountain gate, attracting the attention of many people. The monster from the eastern wasteland has come. His real body has entered the manor. This news quickly spread out. Many people rushed over, wanting to see his real face. Recently, his reputation was too great, so many people wanted to see him. Of course, there were many arrogant geniuses who were unwilling to accept this and rushed over. Moreover, the monster-level existences were all alarmed and came out of seclusion. Ye scoundrel, you won't be able to leave today. Qi Huishui clenched her teeth. There was no need to doubt her beauty. She was the pearl of the southern mountains, a peerless beauty that made hundreds of flowers lose their splendor. Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. It's not like Yi Fan did anything to you. Pang Bo said in an extremely vulgar manner. Qi Huishui was so angry that she almost fainted. Her face was flushed red, and she almost couldn't speak anymore. She forcefully exhaled and shouted, "You, damn it." Once these words came out, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Qi Huishui was a peerless beauty, and she was usually very elegant. But now, she was clearly angered. Who did I offend? Yi Fan really didn't do anything to you. Did I say something wrong? Is there something else? Pang Bo looked like he was asking for a beating. You disappear immediately. Qi Huishui was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. We're not that familiar with each other, right? Don't be so excited after seeing me. Did you make such a big scene to welcome me or something? Yi Fan asked. Shut up, I'm here to suppress you. Qi Huishui became even more excited. Her face was red, and her slender body was almost trembling. She shouted to the people beside her, "Attack together, seal him for me." However, even though there were dozens of people who came aggressively, none of them dared to make a move when they got close. They turned a deaf ear to her words. Qi Huishui was flustered and exasperated. She shouted for a long time, but no one came forward. She was the only one left to face Yi Fan. What are you all afraid of? Isn't it just a holy physique? So many people can't beat him? These people still didn't make a move. They all looked at each other, not moving at all. What a joke. This was a killing star, someone who even dared to kill powerful beings. Who dared to go up now? Region Mistress, he just killed the North Thearka's biological uncle. Are you sure you want to suppress him? A lady at the side reminded softly. So what? Qi Huishui did not care at all. The North Thearch is someone that even the various sect leaders are afraid of. His uncle was killed, which is enough to show that the Saint Physique is very arrogant. It's not a good idea to provoke him now. So what if he's the North Thearch? My brother is a southern demon. So what if he has a Saint Physique? My distant cousin, Yao Yuekong, has a heavenly demon physique, Qi Huishui muttered. You're a demon? Pang Bo was surprised. Shut up and disappear. Qi Huishui was extremely disgusted with him. The veins on his smooth and jade-like forehead were throbbing. No wonder you're so beautiful. You're a demon girl. There are many demon lords in the southern mountains. You're from the Demon Imperial Palace? Pang Bo cried out. Princess Qi's forehead was filled with black lines as she said, Big fatty, I'll remember this. You and the Saint Physique are not good people. Just wait and see. Actually, Pang Bo wasn't fat at all. He was just too tall and sturdy. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than the average person. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arms were as thick as the thighs of others. You're the fat one. This brother here is called Majestic, okay? You've never seen such a manly demon, right? Pang Bo said, Go and die. Qi Huishui ordered the others to make a move. Since he couldn't order them around, he took out a demon pagoda. With a flash of silver light, he flew forward. Ding! Yi Fan made his move. He caught the pagoda with his bare hands and knocked it away. He rubbed his chin and looked at Qi Huishui from left to right. He said, you're really a demon? He had captured Qi Huishui before, but he didn't expect her background to be so great. She came from the demon imperial palace that had existed since ancient times, and she was the younger sister of the southern demon. Regardless of whether it's the eastern wasteland sky demon palace or the southern mountains demon imperial palace, they all produced world-shaking great demons. Their descendants were born in human form, and their original form couldn't be seen at all, just like Yen Ruyu, Pangbo said. He knew a little more than Yi Fan. After all, he had stayed in the demon race for a long time and knew a lot. Demon Qi, I don't have any grudges with you. Don't get so worked up when you see me. I still haven't planned to start a war with that legendary brother of yours. The people from the extraordinary warrior manor had heard of the southern demon. The southern demon was extremely mysterious and rarely appeared. He had always been reading the personal letters of the extraordinary warrior manor's predecessors and had been in seclusion. Yi, don't be so arrogant. Cousin, what are you doing? The flood has rushed into the temple of the Dragon King. These are all my friends. A chuckle sounded out from not too far away. A purple-clothed male walked over. Brother Yuekong. Yi Fan laughed. It was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong. He was in high spirits as usual. Long time no see. Brother Ye's name has shaken the world. It's really impressive. Yao Yuekong walked over. Cousin, how did you know him? Princess Qi was very unhappy. She couldn't forget that Yi Fan had taken her as a maid. She had been imprisoned for a month, and just thinking about it made her gnash her teeth. Let bygones be bygones. Brother Yi is not an outsider. Yao Yuekong smiled. Boom! In the depths of the extraordinary warrior manor, an ancient mountain was filled with demonic aura. Endless divine light pierced through the sky, and an ancient demon imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A supreme figure appeared out of thin air. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were filled with endless stars. It was incomparably deep, as if a demon god had descended. Could it be the legendary southern demon? Many people were shocked. Yi Fan's expression froze. No matter if it was the demonic King Hall or that godlike man, they were merely formed from a strand of divine sense that came out from the ancient mountain. For such an earth-shattering scene, one could imagine that person's cultivation. Just like a demon god. Pangbo was also shocked. Chi, come back. A cold voice was heard. That strand of divine sense turned into a divine light, piercing through the void and took Princess Qi away. The southern demon is so powerful. Just a strand of divine sense is enough to surpass the other young experts. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw the southern demon in action. Little Yi, Li Heishui and the others rushed over. They didn't think that Yi Fan would be so daring to come to the extraordinary warrior manor. Come, let's find a place to drink, Wu Zhongqian said. Not long later, they came to a small wine shop. It was just by the roadside. It wasn't very big, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was impossible for the extraordinary warrior manor to have a big restaurant, but this kind of small wine shop was a bit different. It was a place that was decorated with natural beauty. Brother Yuekong, you actually have the heavenly demon physique. You really hit it well. Yi Fan raised his cup and said, My heavenly demon physique doesn't live up to its name. Yao Yuekong shook his head. Before he was born, he was plotted against in his mother's womb. He was congenitally deficient. It was already a miracle that he was able to survive, but it limited his future achievements. Unless I pass the 9 stages of death, I will be able to recreate the supreme elegance of the heavenly demon physique. Yao Yuekong didn't go into details, as if he didn't want to talk about the past. Is Qi Huishui's brother really that powerful? Pangbo asked. That is my distant cousin. There is no doubt that his strength is on par with the Middle Emperor and the North the Arch. Yao Yuekong nodded and warned them not to anger him. Extremely powerful. In the middle of the peach forest, a barbarian dressed in beast skin walked over. His black hair was thick, and he exuded a wild aura. It was Dong Fangyi. He rushed over after hearing the news and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and drank a big bowl of wine before saying, I am also from the southern mountains. Back then, I saw him in an ancient forest. He killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. How strong was that demonic dragon? Comparable to a supreme existence. What? Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Are you sure that the demonic dragon was comparable to a supreme existence? Jianghu didn't believe it. Of course. I roasted the dragon and ate it. Dongfangyi nodded. Then what cultivation level is he at now? Li Heishui was shocked. 3 years ago, he killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, he had just passed his heavenly tribulation and entered the second level of Immortal Foundation. Now, I think he has already consolidated his foundation and is comparable to a peak stage Saint Lord. The Southern Demon is actually so strong? I always thought that it was a story purposely made up by some busybody. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying young demon lord? Little Yi, are you here to see me? The fiery red peach blossoms were in full bloom. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. Ji Ziyue walked over with a radiant smile on her face. 2 dimples could be seen on her face as her violet robes fluttered in the wind. Beside her, Ji Haoyue, who had the God King physique, walked with a majestic gait. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were deep. He exuded the aura of an invincible God King, forming a stark contrast with the mischievous Ji Ziyue. At the table, Ji Haoyue didn't speak much. He was very steady, but each of his words carried weight. Some people soared up to the heavens when they were young, but they stopped there. Some people matured late, but they were full of potential. Looking at the ancient saints, the majority were the latter. For those with boundless potential, they would need to spend their entire lives unearthing it. That's right. It has always been so since ancient times. Hundreds or thousands of years later, in our generation, there might be some geniuses who would be forgotten by people, while there would be some fools who would soar up to the heavens. Yao Yuekong nodded. In that case, there's a high possibility that I would beat Wang Teng into a pig so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him? Li Heishui asked. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. People like North the Arch and South Demon can't be lacking in potential. Such momentum is unstoppable in the future. It's hard to say how far they will go. Late at night, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight was gentle. Even Ji Ziyue's face was flushed red from drinking. She was shouting that she wanted to suppress her brother. Ji Haoyue's face was full of black lines. He helped her sober up and wanted to pull her away. I'm not drunk. I can drink many cups of 1,000-year-old immortal brew. I just drank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cups. She breathed like orchids and danced among the peach blossoms. Under the night moon, she was like a fairy, dancing drunkenly. Little Yi, let's go suppress South Demon, suppress Middle Emperor, suppress Prefecture Master together tomorrow. Ji Ziyue was forcefully pulled away by her brother. She was indeed a little drunk. She mumbled that she still wanted to suppress her evil brother. Do you know where the starry ancient path to the outer region is? Yi Fan sent Ji Ziyue and her sister away and returned to ask Yao Yuekong and Dongfangyi. No one knows. The few of them shook their heads. It was late at night. They left the small wine shop and came to a spiritual mountain. There were many mountain peaks, and everyone had their own cave abode. Under the pure white moonlight, auspicious qi flowed. In the latter half of the night, everything was silent. Yi Fan walked out alone and stood on the mountain peak. He looked at the entire Qisha residence. As far as the eye could see, there was the light of ascension. Suddenly he felt a strong aura. He quickly turned around and saw a man walking out of nothingness. He stood in an ancient demon sovereign palace like a demon god. South Demon. Yi Fan's heart jumped. South Demon was unfathomable. He opened up a small world with a strand of his divine will. It was as though he was standing in ancient heaven. He looked down and there were star regions in his eyes. It was as though the ancient demon sovereign had been reborn. I've seen you before. You come from the outer region, South Demon Qi Lin said calmly. Yi Fan was shocked. He stared at him and didn't understand why he said that. The moonlight was like water. South Demon Qi Lin stood in the nothingness. His eyes were deep as he said, 9 dragons pulling a coffin. You came from the outer region. There were more than 10 of you who crossed the star region. You are one of them. Chapter 658. In the dead of night, the mountain peak was extremely empty. A divine moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down white light onto the ground. A clear spring gurgled, and from time to time, birds would cry. Yi Fan stood on a boulder, his heart trembling. How did the other party know these secrets? Could it be that an old friend had fallen into his hands? How did you know? Qi Lin, the southern demon, had an imposing figure and an imposing aura. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were frightening. He said, I witnessed everything from the ancient demon imperial palace. I saw all of you descend from the sky and appear in the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. How is that possible? How could you have seen what happened in the eastern barren territory when you were in the Nanling Mountains? Yi Fan was shocked. The distance between the southern mountains and the eastern wasteland could be measured with astronomical figures. It was extremely far, and a cultivator would need to fly for more than 10 years to reach it. How could a person travel such a long distance? The demonic king palace, which has been left behind since the ancient times, contains a blood sacrificial altar. On it, there is a heaven and earth Dharma eye. It is one of the most precious immortal treasures in the world. If a person's arcane energy was strong enough, they could use this Dharma eye to observe the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the universe, the stars, the past, the present, and the future. However, unless one was an ancient emperor, one could not use this eye. The amount of spiritual energy required to use it was far too great. It was not something a normal person could handle. Therefore, although there was such a heaven and earth eye, the many demons in the Demon King Palace could not investigate everything in the world. It was only during the cycle of reincarnation every 10,000 years that the Dharma eye would flash on its own, allowing it to be used for a short time. Since ancient times, the biggest problem that plagued cultivators was life and death. No one could live forever, not even the ancient emperors. Because of this, during this 10,000-year cycle, a few peerless old monsters used it to observe the eastern wasteland's 7 great life forbidden zones and explore the various secrets of the immortal divine medicine. And it was precisely because of this that they coincidentally discovered the 9 dragons' coffin falling from the sky and landing on the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was easy to imagine the shock in their hearts. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of tales of visitors from the outer realms, but I never thought that I would be able to witness it with my own eyes. Qi Lin's eyes were bright and full of expression. The sun and moon rose, and dragons and phoenixes flew out. The brilliance was terrifying, and it was extremely mysterious. That's right. We came from the outside and somehow ended up on this side of the starry sky. At this point, there was no need for Yi Fan to hide anything. Qi Lin took a step out of the Demon King's palace and descended from the sky. His steps were calm as if he was stepping on the stairway to heaven. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the unique aura of a demon king that could shock the world. He had no intention of attacking. He sat cross-legged on the ground and asked Yi Fan about everything on the other side of the starry sky. It was very important to him. Different star domains had different foundations. This was a clash of ideas. Yi Fan's past and various experiences were like a 1,000-year-old divine treasury to the people of this world. Yi Fan responded calmly and talked about the situation on the other side of the starry sky. This caused the southern demon's thoughts to wander, and he said, "Just how vast is the outer realm?" Yi Fan also asked him about many of the secrets of this world. The two of them sat facing each other for most of the night. Finally, the southern goblin stood up and said, "If I can't personally visit that world, it will always be an illusion. There's an ancient starry sky path here that leads to the outer realm. Can you find it? I don't have any clues. I don't know at all. I suspect it's not in the Qishir Manor." The southern goblin shook his head and turned to leave. After that, in the following days, the southern goblin would come every night. The relationship between the two of them was very special. They would consult each other and verify what they needed. On the last night before the southern goblin left, he said, "In the future, We will compete on the path of the great emperor. If you are defeated, I will let you go and repay your kindness today." After that, he never appeared again. The powerful southern goblin was unfathomable. Just a wisp of his divine sense was enough to show disdain for the younger generation. He was extremely mysterious. And now, at this stage, Yi Fan, as a saint physique, would definitely compete with others on the path of the great emperor in the future. Even if there was no conflict between them, they would still have to fight. This was a helpless choice because there would only be one great emperor in a world and an era. It was impossible for two to be born. The rise of many kings seemed to be prosperous, but in the end, it was also filled with endless sorrow. The path of the great emperor was a path of no return. One could only move forward. If one fell behind by a step, it would mean that the yellow soil would be stained with blood. One could only move forward by stepping on the corpses of many kings, singing triumphantly all the way to the end. As long as one failed or made a mistake, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. There would no longer be a path of life and death. The southern goblin had no great enmity with Yi Fan, but in the future, there was destined to be a life and death battle. It was unavoidable. There was no right or wrong. It was only a cruel choice to walk on the path of the great emperor. Yi Fan's arrival at the Qishir Manor caused a commotion. In the past few days, there were many people who came to watch from afar. There were those who admired him, but there were also those who were unconvinced and hated him. "Little Yi Zi, a follower like you is really incompetent. Wherever you go, you attract attention and trouble." Ji Clan's little moon grumbled. "Since when did I become your follower? I brought you everywhere to look for that ancient starry sky path, but you followed behind me. What is that?" Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes and said with dissatisfaction. "That works too." Yi Fan was speechless. In the past few days, he had asked Ji Ziyue to help him search for the ancient starry sky path. This caused Ji Clan's divine king physique to glare at him as if he was a thief. They were afraid that he would abduct Ji Clan's little moon. After the battle at Qinling, Ji Clan's protection of Ji Ziyue was greatly strengthened. They could not allow anything to happen to her. And it was also because of this battle that countless major powers and immortal inheritances came to visit. They only had one goal, and that was to propose marriage. All of them wanted to form a marriage alliance. Those major powers also did not know what kind of physique Ji Ziyue had. Only the Peacock King and a few extremely knowledgeable people knew, but this did not prevent people from paying great attention to her. She could borrow the power of heaven and earth to push Yi Fan to the height where he could fight against a divine lord. At that time, everyone was shocked. This kind of physique was definitely extraordinary. "Divine physique, stop. I want to fight with you." Finally, someone could not hold back and stood out, blocking Yi Fan's path and challenging him. In the Qishir residence, private fights were not allowed. Only challenges could be carried out with the consent of the other party. Everything was to protect the weak. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Yi Fan looked at the other party. "It doesn't matter if you know me or not. What's important is that I don't like you. I want to kill you." The person was very arrogant. He was just short of pointing at Yi Fan's nose and cursing. "Are you tired of living?" Pang Bo was impulsive and wanted to slap him to death. "Divine physique, do you dare to fight with me? I won't use any Genesis techniques and will fight with my real cultivation." This young man was very arrogant. His voice was very loud and startled many cultivators in the vicinity. "All right, I will fight with you." Yi Fan nodded and agreed. "Little Yi, something is wrong. Now, other than North the Arch and some other heaven-defying monsters, how many people would dare to make a move against you? Although this person is very strong, he is still far from North the Arch." Pang Bo was puzzled. The Exterminating Immortals platform was a place specially used for duels in the Qishir residence. Yi Fan climbed up and took out his black chariot against the man who was shouting. It rumbled and rolled over. "Are you kidding me? That's the legendary Imperial Divine Weapon. How can we fight against it? It's invincible in the same cultivation realm. Even a dozen people won't be enough to kill it. You're cheating." The man in front of him was so scared that he rushed into the sky and didn't dare to take it head-on. "I didn't say that I couldn't use it. It's better to end it quickly. Yi Fan was too lazy to make a move. He used his artifact to suppress the man and didn't want to waste time. Boom. The black chariot flew up and hit the man in front of him. He coughed out blood and his body cracked. He screamed and fell on the exterminating Immortal's platform. If it wasn't for the rule that one couldn't kill the opponent, this man would have died without a doubt. Someone like you wants to challenge me? Pang Bo shook his head. However, things didn't stop there. In the next half a month, there were people who jumped out to challenge Yi Fan from time to time. Many people were involved. After that, they finally got serious. Some people wanted to fight to the death and went to the dragon-scraping platform in front of the mountain gate. Yi Fan was very unyielding and didn't refuse anyone. He killed 3 people in 2 days. Go to the immortal vein and fight to the death. Let's go all out. Finally, someone took a step forward and wanted to fight to the death with Yi Fan without caring about the consequences. Are they tired of living? The real heaven-defying genius didn't make a move. Did these people eat immortal guts? Pang Bo was even more hesitant. They're trying to lure me out of the Qishir residence step by step, away from the perception range of the powerhouses in the residence. Someone wants to kill me. Yi Fan sneered disdainfully. What do you want to do? This immortal vein contains great dragon qi. I'll carve some formation runes. If they dare to come, I'll make them all stay. Yi Fan said coldly. Dongfang Yi said, Brother Yi, the saint bone you gave me has been refined into the mace by my granduncle. It can release an attack of a legendary saint weapon. He handed over the mace, wanting to lend it to Yi Fan. It was a priceless saint weapon. Although it could only release one attack, it could definitely destroy the world. Even an invincible king would be turned into ashes if hit by an ancient saint's weapon. Divine lords wouldn't be able to escape. Carrying the heavy mace, Yi Fan and Pang Bo's hearts jumped. Enough. With such a saint weapon, no matter how many people come, they'll die. Pang Bo said. This. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath and said, Are those people really going to make a big move? Don't tell me they brought a saint weapon too? It was impossible to bring an emperor weapon because they had just used it not long ago. The inheritances of the Undying couldn't be taken out immediately and had to be used to suppress their foundation. Every time they were brought out, they had to prepare for a long time. Someone wants to kill me. Ziyue, go and ask your brother if he can borrow a perfect saint weapon. Yi Fan said. What do you think a saint's weapon is? Even an undying inheritance can't be used. Yin Yang sect relied on a mirror to establish themselves in central state and become a supreme sect. Because of that, they became invincible. Go and ask your brother. Maybe we can get the mirror and give it to your Ji family as a betrothal gift. Yi Fan smiled. Go and die. What are you thinking? The ancient saint's weapon contains a god's will. It's almost impossible to subdue. It's an invincible existence. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes. Central State has a dragon-seeking Earth Master. This place is suitable to draw the dragon qi. In order to resist my Genesis art, they might have invited a peerless genius. Yi Fan muttered to himself. 5 days later, Yi Fan walked out of the unique scholar manor and arrived at an immortal vein. As soon as he arrived, he didn't hesitate to throw out over 1,000 pieces of jade, all of which were engraved with heaven origin divine marks. Loud noises rang out one after another. All the dragon qi in the ancestral root rushed out. A terrifying ripple came from afar. A peerless killing formation was activated. As expected, they invited a genius and drew the power of the ancestral root. Yi Fan's heart trembled, but he was not afraid. He had already made the first move. Damn it! A curse came from afar. The dragon-seeking Earth Master's runes were activated and destroyed everything. Roar! A huge dragon roar resounded. 81 heavenly dragons rushed out from the ground and rose into the sky. They were several thousand zhang long. The huge dragon formation had been activated. Damn it, a genius was indeed attracted. Yi Fan sneered. The power of the ancestral root and the terrifying great dragon god formation could definitely grind the Saint Lords to death. Boom! A terrifying ripple came from afar. A blazing light shone down and an ancient mirror floated in the air. It emitted a ripple that could even make peerless kings tremble. The ancient saint's weapon, yin-yang mirror. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Just as he had expected, a saint weapon had been invited. Boom! Behind Yi Fan, a divine splendor flew out. A scarlet blood divine phoenix soared into the sky. A scarlet gold divine lamp blocked the terrifying light beam and stopped the yin-yang ancient mirror. Such a powerful force. How many saint lords would die here? Pang Bo was alarmed. This is only an imitation of an ancient saint weapon. Even though it came from the hands of a saint, it is not a true saint weapon. It is incomplete. Behind them, Ji Haoyue appeared. Wang Yangzhan, so your lifespan is almost up. Yi Fan shouted. The yin-yang sect master appeared. There was a red and black ancient mirror above his head. A terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. He was expressionless and lacked vitality. There was an additional aura of death. Time waits for no one. My lifespan is almost up. Today, I will eliminate you for the later generations. The yin-yang sect master was very helpless. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, but in the end he could not resist the erosion of time. His lifespan was exhausted, and he could no longer survive. Originally, he should have died a few years ago. He had been using the dragon marrow to prolong his life, but in the end he could not obtain the illusory divine marrow. Ordinary dragon marrow was no longer effective. Do you think you can kill me like this? Yi Fan laughed coldly. The yin-yang sect master's life force was almost completely extinguished. He was more or less like a dead person. Right now, his smile that was like that of a malicious spirit was extremely terrifying. Even though the yin-yang mirror I brought isn't that holy weapon, it still came from the hands of this saint. Who would have thought that the Ji family's great figure would also come and hold a similar weapon? Yi Fan's expression was cold. He calmly looked at him and didn't say anything else. However, none of this is important. Inviting an extraordinary person and obtaining a damaged saint weapon isn't a method to kill you. Speaking up to here, the yin-yang sect master shouted loudly, "The important thing is that I saw you. With just a glance, you are dead for sure." Retreat! Someone cried out in the darkness, warning him with a cry of alarm. However, it was a bit too late. A terrifying aura pervaded the air and immediately locked onto Yi Fan. The yin-yang sect master's body shattered. He died in a seated posture, evaporating into a streak of blazing radiance. Then, he turned into a fist-sized silver little person. His left eye was black like ink, and his right eye was scarlet red like blood. It was extremely strange. Even though it wasn't the size of a palm, it made one's blood run cold. Not good. The yin-yang sect's death curse is unbreakable in this world. After killing the enemy, one will fall into purgatory as well. They will only be destroyed after suffering the most terrifying torment in this world. Yin-yang sect master cared so much about the holy body, actually releasing the yin-yang death curse before dying. The great figures cried out in alarm. Even they didn't dare approach because touching it would result in certain death. I died, but I also completely eliminated a great disaster for my descendants. The yin-yang sect master roared loudly. One could imagine what kind of pressure the current Yi Fan brought them. His rise was already unstoppable, yet this living fossil even used this type of method. Even before death, he still wanted to drag him down with him. The silver little person seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. One eye was pitch black like ink, the other scarlet red like blood. It crossed time and space, impossible to avoid, impossible to shake off. It threw itself in front of Yi Fan. The radiance was endless. Yin-yang life and death force immediately buried Yi Fan inside. The death curse erupted, and a boundless hell appeared. Dark Azura Hall and Purgatory rose and fell, erasing everything. Chapter 659. Yin-yang Death Curse. This was the strongest attack of the yin-yang sect leader before his death. No matter if you were a holy lord or a fiend lord, if you were hit, it would be hard for you to escape. Azura Hell, Yama Kings of the 10 Halls, all sorts of illusions appeared. Pitch-black palaces appeared one after another. They were grand and horrifying. It was as if they had arrived in a realm of death. The small silver person that was less than the size of a palm was formed from the Yin-Yang sect leader's entire life's battle strength. Before his death, he gathered all his power and turned it into a blazing light that buried Yi Fan underneath. It's over, little Yi Fan won't be able to escape. Not good, the Yin-Yang death curse has no solution. As long as he is hit, he will die without a doubt. In the back, the expressions of the people who were concerned changed. It was useless even if the powerhouses came. Touching it would mean certain death. There was no solution at all. Little Yi Fan, hold on. Jianghu sat in the void and released divine light. She borrowed the boundless power of heaven and earth to activate a scarlet gold divine lamp towards her brother. This was a damaged holy weapon that was left behind by an ancient saint of the Ji family. Even though there was a huge flaw in it and it couldn't compare to a true holy weapon, it was still extremely domineering. It wouldn't be a problem for it to kill a holy lord. The scarlet gold divine lamp was incomparably precious. Because of this, 3 powerhouses came to protect it. They helped Jianghu and activated it with the source of a divine king. The ancient lamp flickered and hadn't been extinguished since ancient times. The red divine gold flickered with scarlet light. It was incomparably bright. The light was resplendent and a divine phoenix soared into the sky, its voice resounding through the 9 heavens. The scarlet blood divine phoenix soared through the sky and wiped out the boundless formation patterns. The mountain range in front burned like paper and turned into ashes. On the other side, a black and red ancient mirror appeared and floated up and down. One side was as black as ink and the other was as red as blood. It shot out a yin-yang death light. Clang. The scarlet blood divine phoenix and this ancient mirror collided continuously. In just an instant, the boundless mountain range turned into dust. Nothing was left. During this process, almost all the people hiding in this area died. 2 powerhouses couldn't escape this calamity. This terrifying scene caused those even further away to tremble uncontrollably. These were the weapons of the ancient saints, but they were only damaged replicas and not true sacred objects. The might of a saint is unshakable. A single drop of blood essence is enough to kill a top saint lord. Even though this broken weapon is almost completely destroyed, it still can't resist. Little Yi Zi! Everyone cried out in alarm. That scarlet blood divine phoenix was extremely powerful. It circled around Yi Fan, but it couldn't swoop down at all. That yin-yang ancient mirror blocked his path. It was extremely terrifying, devouring the power of heaven and earth. There was no way to get close. Moreover, even if he were to get close, it would be very difficult to neutralize, and he might even be turned into ashes. At this moment, Yi Fan felt as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. The yin-yang death curse approached his body, wishing to strike at his soul. This was a strange power that was pervasive and difficult to defend against. Around him, lovely land, immortal king descending on the 9 heavens, golden sea of bitterness, and other phenomena appeared. However, the most effective one was still the yin-yang picture of life and death. It intertwined with that death curse and continuously evolved. A yin-yang picture floated up and down, emitting a terrifying might. Around it, dark Azura Hall, 10 directional purgatory, and other phenomena revolved. Dizzy, hold on. Pang Bo roared loudly. The demon emperor 9 slashes were executed at the same time, and they contained his life essence. Bang! A powerhouse from the Ji clan slapped his palm and used his hand to forcefully draw back his life essence. He poured it into Pang Bo's body and said, "It's useless, you will only lose yourself." "Then what should we do?" Jianghu asked. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and spat out a divine multicolored light that shot towards Yi Fan like a waterfall. "Ziyue, what are you doing?" Jianghu was astonished. The phenomenon of a bright moon rising over the sea appeared. The blue sea was boundless, and the waves were clear and crystalline. A bright moon rose up and blocked that divine multicolored light. "This secret treasure has fused with your primordial spirit. You can't use it, and you can't destroy it either. Otherwise, you will die." The powerhouse from the Ji clan was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. The divine multicolored light trembled and was forcefully drawn back into Jianghu's body. She shook and said, "This is the divine item from the bronze Immortal Palace. It should be able to break the death curse. I will be fine." "No, you haven't fused with it. If you use it rashly, you will definitely die. There will be a great disaster." The Ji clan's elder quickly sealed her, afraid that she would act recklessly. In the distance, everyone was astonished. They all knew that Jianghu had a secret treasure in her body, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Countless years ago, someone carried out half of an immortal corpse from the bronze Immortal Palace. It was divided equally by the strongest sacred grounds in the eastern wasteland. The Ji clan obtained an immortal treasure from it and nurtured it in Jianghu's body. Back then, in the eastern wasteland, little Nan Nen revealed a strange expression and said that there was a treasure in Jianghu's body. The yin-yang life and death curse was very special. It was all-pervasive and couldn't be blocked by any secret technique. Once it locked onto a person, it would go straight to the source. Boom! Yi Fan's body shook violently. The yin-yang death curse entered his body, extinguishing his life force. Death energy surged, wanting to destroy everything about him. "Suppress!" he shouted lightly. 9 ancient characters appeared and entered his body. The 9 emperor characters from the Tao scripture flowed in like mercury, wanting to suppress the yin-yang life and death curse. No, his realm is too low. Even if he has the Emperor's formation runes, he can't truly activate it and can't display its true effects. In the distance, a Ji clan expert said, "The yin-yang death curse burned Yi Fan's divine power, destroying his life force. It wreaked havoc in his body, wanting to devour him and turn him into a corpse. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but a type of resentment curse. It was extremely strange and impossible to defend against. Once it locked onto someone's aura, it wouldn't stop until one party died." Immortal 6 seals. Runes flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Countless stars flickered. He used his divine will to carve words in his body. They were densely packed like the vast starry sky. Boom! Divine flames burned fiercely, but it was still useless. The yin-yang death curse couldn't be destroyed. It was formed from the source of heaven and earth, a formless and intangible thing. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The golden blood in his body quickly flowed, and his heart thundered like a heavenly drum. The fluctuations it released caused everyone's ears to ring. The yin-yang death curse could kill a Saint Lord. He relied on his powerful physique to resist until now. Yin-yang runes appeared one after another on the surface of Yi Fan's body. They were filled with death energy. Little Yi Fan, Li Heishui and the others shouted. They were anxious but couldn't do anything to help. Yi Fan raised the wolf tooth club in his hand with difficulty. This was something Dongfang Yi had lent him. It could display the divine might of an ancient saint's weapon, but he couldn't use it at all right now. Unless he destroyed himself, there was nothing he could do. The curse was formless and had long become one with him. Yi Fan's body trembled. He sat in the air. Within the sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes and dragon transformation realms, scripture's sounds rang out, resounding through the heavens. He cultivated 4 powerful ancient scriptures. Even though they were all damaged when they were pieced together, they were still unparalleled in the world. They possessed unparalleled profound mysteries of the great Tao. The scriptures were like thunder, like dragons, like phoenixes, like chilants, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. However, it was still difficult to erase the curse. The saint physique is truly frightening. He grasps all kinds of secret techniques. If he reached the Saint Lord realm, he could be said to be unrivaled under the heavens. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break the yin-yang death curse. However, his current cultivation realm is too low. The Ji family's experts were shocked. The death curse formed from the life of a living fossil actually didn't immediately erase him. This is truly frightening. The people from the enemy forces felt a chill run down their spines. This kind of saint physique was truly terrifying. Who would be able to contend against him in the future? "Break for me!" Yi Fan roared. However, he still couldn't do anything. The death curse was formless and intangible. It tangled together with his source. The fatal strike of a living fossil was something he couldn't break with his current cultivation realm. All kinds of attempts, all of them were futile. Yi Fan became ruthless, not resisting it at all. He activated the death curse, rushing into the depths of his sea of reincarnation source. Now, there were 2 pieces of green copper there. They were both calm and unperturbed, not reacting at all. He was going to use them to attack the Central Province's supreme treasure. Endless brilliance shot out from his body. The deathly aura surged like a boiling pot, collapsing in all directions. The saint physique can still persist. Everyone almost didn't dare believe this. The yin-yang death curse rushed into the sea of reincarnation, smashing into the 2 pieces of green copper. It was immediately blasted out, most of it scattering, forced out of the sea of reincarnation divine spring. Bastard! Yi Fan cursed. These 2 pieces of old copper didn't move at all. They blasted back the death curse, and then they became as still as boulders, not doing anything. In the end, his expression changed. The curse rushed into his sea of consciousness, wishing to destroy his spirit. If the flesh was destroyed, it could still be restored. If the divine sense was destroyed, then it was the same as one no longer existing. Yi Fan released a great roar. He had no choice but to abandon his flesh and first use his divine sense to escape. At the space between his brows, that small golden lake pulsed. A small golden figure that was exactly the same as him walked out, about to rush into the sky. However, the death energy was like an abyss, cutting off the path ahead, forcibly locking him down in front of the space between his brows, difficult for him to escape. Not good, the yin-yang death curse's most terrifying side has appeared. There is nothing it can't burn, nothing it can't destroy. Those who understood this all took steps backwards, their hearts trembling in fear. The terrifying death curse was completely activated, there was already no way to neutralize it. Heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the flame, burn deities, destroy all living things. This was precisely the yin-yang death curse, something established by the most powerful ancient saint. It was rumored that in his later years he encountered a foreign deity, destroying his own body to destroy his divine sense. The world was like a copper furnace. The death cursed the flame, burning fiercely, roasting Yi Fan's flesh, refining his divine sense. Voila! The small golden figure formed by Yi Fan's divine sense opened its mouth and sucking out an ancient diagram from the myriad chi cauldron, draping it over his body. There were stars twinkling on it, like a star chart, flowing with a dreamy luster. This was the immortal treasure taken out from the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons, held by Emperor of Fighting and Ruthless Great Emperor. Boom! The death curse was completely activated, but it was not able to destroy Yi Fan immediately, only burning him to the point where he was almost shattered. He's not dead yet? In the distance, the enemy forces all felt a chill in their hearts. The life force of a saint body was too strong. Even with the protection of a secret treasure, it should not be able to last for so long. Little Yi, hold on. If you can't break it, then exhaust the death curse's power. Ji Ziyue shouted. Yes, we have already exhausted the yin-yang hierarch to death, then exhaust his death curse too, let him die in vain, leaving nothing but regret. Pang Bo and the others also shouted. He can hold on for at most an hour. Maybe he can hold on for a day. The enemies in the dark all sneered, many of them preparing to collect the corpse. 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yi Fan really persevered, spending a full 8 days, but he was still not dead, still bitterly holding on. Damn, is this the reincarnation of the 9-life cat? Damn it, how is he still alive? The enemies could not sit still, but there was nothing they could do. 8 days had already passed, it had already alarmed the Qishir mansion. A few powerful vice mansion masters came over, laying down a 10-direction great formation to protect this place. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. A month had passed, Yi Fan's bones were all burnt out, his flesh was almost dried up, but he was still alive. Why is he still not dead? Little Yi, hold on, the death curse's power is almost exhausted. The reaction of the enemies and the friendly people were completely different, but there was one thing in common, and that was their emotions were excited, unable to calm down. This time, the yin-yang death curse had appeared, but it had not been able to refine Yi Fan even after a month. This alarmed the major powers of the Central Plains, and many great characters came to watch. Not to mention the geniuses of the Qishir Mansion, as well as the many young experts of the Central Plains, they all came to watch the center of the scene every day. In the blink of an eye, 7 by 7 for 49 days, Yi Fan's body was almost burnt out. His bones were protruding out, his flesh was in tatters, and his golden blood was almost dried up. This was a purgatory-like torture, and his divine sense was also erratic. The little golden person was motionless, sitting cross-legged in front of his forehead, submerged in the death curse's fire. Yi Fan knew that the reason he was able to persevere was not only because his saint body's vitality surpassed others, but also because of the green bronze piece and the star chart. Although they were useless, they were still very useful. The heaven and earth were the furnace, and the yin and yang were the fire, transforming into a terrifying divine furnace. It truly manifested and trapped Yi Fan inside. Boom! On the 49th day, the sky suddenly flashed with thunder and lightning. Fierce gales arose, and blazing lightning poured down like the falling galaxy from the 9 heavens. What a freak, he's undergoing tribulation at this time. Even after 79 days of refinement, he still failed to refine him to death, but he actually broke through at this time. How can this be? The saint body is too terrifying. Could it be that the yin-yang sect leader died for nothing? Yi Fan actually attracted the heavenly tribulation when he was on the brink of death, using this as a pretext to rise to the next level. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. Yi Fan was too tenacious. He was unyielding even after being refined for 49 days, and he even broke through at this critical juncture. It was simply too freakish. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet of lightning descended from the sky. This was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation in the past. Because this time around, he was breaking through to a greater secret realm and not just a minor realm. The great circle of dragon transformation. The dragon soared into the immortal platform. The scene of the heavenly tribulation that was attracted was truly terrifying. In the withered body of Yi Fan, a huge dragon rose from his spine, rushing straight to the immortal platform. It transformed into an eternal divine light, looking disdainfully at the world. This dragon was truly resurrected, and now it wanted to advance to an even higher realm. It spat out an immortal pearl that transformed into a supreme immortal platform. Chapter 660. Lightning descended, drowning the mountain region. A vast and boundless ocean appeared. Everyone backed up. This was a boundless heavenly tribulation, making everyone tremble in fear. The ocean of lightning was incomparably terrifying. A streak of electrical radiance shot out, blasting a great mountain into ashes. Everyone was horrified. There was so much lightning, just how terrifying of a power would it possess? If all of it descended, this immortal earth would no longer exist. However, the lightning tribulation this time was quite special. Only a few streaks of electrical radiance occasionally shot out, and they were relatively concentrated. They descended together, burying towards Yi Fan, and not randomly striking towards other places. This is the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of the Dragon Ascension platform. Only a few ancient texts in the Holy Lands have records of it. Outsiders have no way of knowing about it. Ji family's great figure widened his eyes. This isn't a normal heavenly tribulation. There haven't been many since the ancient times. There will definitely be mysterious and indescribable things that happen. Those who face this type of tribulation are all heaven-defying freaks that incur the jealousy of the heavens. Hong! The vast ocean of lightning descended, the tremendous sound making everyone's ears feel intense pain. Many people tumbled outwards, their ears bleeding, unable to stand in place at all. At the center of the endless sea of lightning, Yi Fan was still resisting the death curse. His entire body flickered with divine splendor. The great dragon on his spine raised its head, spitting out pearls to transform into an immortal platform, merging with his head. This was the final secret realm, Immortal platform. The human body was nurtured like a great dragon. With a single leap, he ascended into the heavens as a platform, entering the final secret realm. It was mysterious beyond mysterious. Even though his body was in tatters, it still turned into a streak of eternal light. The dragon leapt up, illuminating all living things, returning to the primordial, possessing the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation was extremely special, suppressing downwards, not activating for a long time. It didn't attack, but the terrifying divine might became more and more frightening, intimidating one's soul. What appeared in that sea of lightning? Endless palaces, forming an endless expanse. Everyone was shocked, all of them horrified. This type of scene was too sinister. The imposing palaces were majestic, rising and falling within the terrifying sea of lightning. That is the ancient heaven. Inconceivable, did the ancient heaven really exist? 10,000 years ago, the demon emperor wanted to rebuild the ancient heaven. Could it be related to this? Everyone trembled with fear. Within the endless lightning, ancient buildings appeared one after another, all of them condensed from electrical radiance. Now, they were slowly taking form, the pressure making it hard for everyone to breathe. The tribulation didn't strike Yi Fan, not because there was no danger, but because it wasn't time yet. Everyone believed that when it descended, it would be earth-shattering. At this moment, Yi Fan was still undergoing purgatory-like refinement. His golden blood had almost dried up, and even his bones were exposed. His body was in tatters. Heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire. They interweaved together, truly manifesting, forming a yin-yang 8 trigrams furnace. How could there really be a divine cauldron? This is specially made to destroy the holy body. Was it up, it, under the Yi, God and Yi Fan endured endless suffering because he was unyielding. His will was like steel, comprehending the Tao in the realm of death, resisting the death curse, refining his heart in the yin-yang divine furnace. The flames of this furnace burned fiercely, submerging his body. However, it couldn't be extinguished. The two fought for 79 days, but to no avail. Yi Fan had accumulated to this point. He activated his own lightning tribulation, preparing to break it both from the inside and the outside. This divine furnace seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It burned fiercely and emitted an undying divine light. It had already been 49 days since it refined Yi Fan. The yin and yang energies circulated in an incomparably terrifying manner. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted. At this point, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Breaking the deadlock was right in front of him. This was the result of his careful consideration. He was going to use the heavenly tribulation to break the deadlock. The great dragon on his back shone with boundless brilliance, suppressing the divine light of the yin-yang divine furnace. The true dragon leapt up. His head merged with the dragon's head, forming an immortal platform. Boom! The little golden figure sitting in front of his forehead quickly returned. The two merged as one, and he successfully entered the last secret realm of the human body. At the same time, the heavenly punishment truly erupted, drowning him in a sea of lightning. All types of divine light, boundless violet heavens, divine lightning of great divination, 5 elements origin lightning, 9 tribulation lightning, all of them struck down. This was a surging sea, a world of tribulation and punishment. It was unknown how many types of lightning tribulations descended at the same time, each and every one of them incomparably terrifying. After successfully breaking into a great secret realm, the great heavenly tribulation would be many times more terrifying than before. Such a tribulation was something that even a holy lord would die with a grievance. However, Yi Fan was bitterly enduring. He clenched his teeth and endured it with his withered body. He used the heavenly tribulation to baptize his flesh and sea of consciousness, all for the sake of dispelling the death curse. It was unknown how many types of lightning were guided into Yi Fan's body, baptizing his flesh. Eternal light flickered and boundless lightning hacked about. This was a world-shocking great tribulation. Pooh! Golden blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan's broken body was riddled with holes. Even someone as powerful as his body was in such a state. One could well imagine how terrifying the lightning this time was. Even his bones were broken. White bones protruded out from his flesh and blood. It was extremely bloody and terrifying. However, he didn't even let out a groan and continued guiding the lightning into his body. At the same time, the tiny golden figure in the center of his brows merged with his body. After entering the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, it reappeared and sat cross-legged in the air. It opened its mouth and drew in a deep breath, absorbing all the lightning in the sky. The tiny golden figure was like a bottomless pit. The lightning from all directions struck down, all rivers flowing into the sea, all of them were sucked in. His flesh and divine sense were both baptized, bathing in the light of the heavens as a blinding light flashed. This was a fearsome might. His body and divine sense were on the verge of shattering. One could very well imagine what the consequences would be if others were to endure it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the copper heaven and earth furnace was shattered. Yin-yang divine light shot out in all directions. The effect of the heavenly tribulation finally manifested. The yin-yang death curse suffered a blow. What was the heaviest yang energy in this world? Naturally, it was thunder and lightning. It could destroy all yin spirits and annihilate all darkness energy. The death curse also belonged to this category. This was the method that Yi Fan thought was feasible after thinking about it. He wanted to use this to break through the situation. Right now, it seemed that the effect was great and it could definitely destroy the death curse. Patches of lightning descended as all sorts of tribulations appeared, completely drowning out the entire space. The final thunderous sound rang out. The area around Yi Fan was completely illuminated. The yin-yang divine furnace was shattered and completely disappeared. The power of the death curse was obliterated, destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. However, the price for this was extremely great. Yi Fan didn't guide the lightning into his body. He was almost split apart by the lightning. Over 100 of his bones were broken and he almost lost his human form. Even the tiny golden figure was almost broken into pieces and was on the verge of destruction. He had no choice but to do this. Only by completely letting go would he be able to destroy the power of the death curse. If not, it would leave behind a disaster. Little Yi Fan. Behind him, Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui and the others exclaimed. Yi Fan opened his eyes. At this moment he could finally resist. He swallowed the 3 fragments of the immortal pill he obtained from the ancient dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains. Boom! Resplendent divine light rushed into the heavens and drowned him within in an instant. The joints all over his body moved and crackled incessantly. His flesh also rapidly swelled and recovered its vitality. It was as if he was reborn. The immortal pill of immortality had been nourished in the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's body for 70,000 years. It absorbed the origin of the Qinling Mountain's great dragon and seized the fortune of the heavens. If one was complete, it could allow one to prove the Tao. This was only 3% of the fragments, but it was already quite considerable. It was enough to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Yi Fan's injured body recovered rapidly, even if his divine sense was damaged. Moreover, he began to resist the heavenly tribulation at this time, so the damage he received was minimized. Great! Pang Bo and the others cheered. Meanwhile, the opposing forces were all incomparably disappointed. All of their faces were gloomy. This result was unacceptable. A dragon and phoenix cry rang out. Divine phoenixes danced around Yi Fan, true dragons spiraled, Qilins gazed at the sky, and immortal spirits appeared one after another, dazzling and resplendent. Essence qi from all directions gushed over like water. There was even immortal light from the lightning tribulation that blotted out the sky, converging on his body, healing his injuries. Yi Fan's body rapidly recovered, swelling up. His flesh and blood flickered with a sparkling luster as his broken bones reconnected. His body was like a 7-colored glaze. This was the wondrous effect of the immortal pill of immortality. It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead on the spot, and the effects could be seen immediately. He instantly grew stronger and there was no longer any trace of a defeated look on his face. Finally, amidst the rumbling of thunder and lightning, a war divine-like figure stood in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind as his entire body shone with a resplendent light. Yi Fan climbed to the peak. His injuries to his physical body and divine sense were healed. Every single move he made contained boundless combat prowess. He could sense how powerful his immortal foundation was. And at this moment, the true danger descended. In the sea of lightning, ancient buildings could be seen floating in the air. Within a majestic palace that resembled the ancient heaven, a humanoid life form walked out. Human-shaped lightning. Human-shaped lightning from the legends. From afar, everyone exclaimed in shock. From ancient times until now, the number of people who could summon this kind of lightning could be counted on one's fingers. In the end, all of them became heaven-defying existences. Even the records of them were vague. Boom! A humanoid life form rushed over. Above its head, there was an eternal sacred cauldron that flickered with flames. It was like a divinity descending into the world, mysterious and unfathomable. Heavens, a humanoid lightning. Why does it even have a weapon? It's formed from lightning. Everyone's expressions changed, unable to understand. The humanoid lightning was as white as jade, incomparably holy. As for that divine cauldron, it was scarlet in color, as though it was forged from phoenix blood gold, a sacred object exclusive to ancient emperors. It was resplendent and dazzling. White lightning as a body and scarlet lightning as a cauldron. Is this King heavenly creation? I don't believe it. Pang Bo shouted. All of this was unimaginable, exceeding everyone's understanding. It was simply unimaginable. Did the ancient heaven really exist before the primordial era? Or could it be that there was a divinity controlling it? Could it be that it existed in a different form? Yi Fan took out the myriad chi cauldron and used it to resist. At the same time, it also interweaved the laws of the great Tao so that it could undergo the tribulation. Boom! It was no different from a real person fighting. It was like the eternal sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood gold. It had boundless power and could actually use the laws of the great Tao. That humanoid lightning could also use holy power. Even Yi Fan was shocked. How could it be like this? He was incomparably shocked. This was a terrifying confrontation. On the surface, Yi Fan was resisting the heavenly punishment, but in reality he was experiencing a life and death battle. The opponent's strength was very strange. It was always the same as him, evenly matched. Thus, it was especially bitter. Fight. Use this as a sacrifice to my sacred cauldron. Yi Fan vaguely sensed something, but he still pressed forward. He used the myriad chi cauldron to resist, fighting the humanoid lightning and bombarding the divine cauldron. After an unknown amount of time, another humanoid lightning flew down from the ancient heaven. Above its head, there was an ancient mirror floating up and down, condensing into nothingness. It's very similar to our family's void mirror. What's going on? Jizue's cute big eyes were wide open. Yi Fan muttered in the center of the battle. How could the ancient heaven in the Thunder Sea have such strange humanoid lightning? Even the weapons were so realistic, and they could use the laws of the great Tao. In the end, he fought for half a day. His body was full of injuries, and he almost died. He fought with two humanoid lightning continuously. It was incomparably bitter. That sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood gold, why is it so similar to the eternal universe furnace? That ancient mirror is very similar to the void mirror. Why is it like this? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The ancient heaven in the Thunder Sea is so terrifying. What secret is inside? He fought while bathed in blood. He rushed up and looked at the ancient heaven. He wanted to see what was inside. Chapter 661. Before Yi Fan even got close to the ancient heaven, he already felt a kind of divine energy that could destroy one's soul. It was indescribable, and it was a fluctuation that reached straight to the source of one's being. It seems that I will have to endure the heavenly tribulation in the future. In the future, the entire celestial court might fall. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't approach rashly. Now, 2 humanoid lightnings already made him tired. He fought without stopping, and his whole body was stained with blood. There were several times when he was almost killed. Strangely enough, the humanoid lightnings were very strange. One of them had similar strength to him, and they were evenly matched. The other 2 were the same. They didn't surpass him, but they weren't weaker than him either. They maintained a kind of balance. Boom. Finally, the 3rd humanoid lightning appeared. It was a humanoid creature with a huge dragon hovering above its head. It shook its head and tail, and its attack power was unparalleled. Then, it turned into a divine lamp, illuminating the starry sky and collapsing the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, and it attacked downwards, splitting the rivers and mountains. I don't recognize this divine lamp, and I've never seen it before. Finally, a different kind of weapon has appeared, and it isn't the weapon of the ancient emperors. Yi Fan did his best to resist, and he was bathed in blood. He moved unhindered in the sea of lightning and fought against the 3 humanoid lightnings. They were no different from human cultivators, and they could activate the great Tao and use the laws. This was a life and death battle, and there was no room for carelessness. One wrong step could ruin their whole life, and they would immediately die here. Their strength is similar to mine, and they don't surpass me. Is this the result of the great Tao? Yi Fan was bewildered. In the end, this battle lasted for a day and a night. Yi Fan's myriad energy cauldron was almost pierced through, and his body was heavily injured. In the sea of lightning, many ancient buildings floated up and down. In the end, Yi Fan couldn't see what was going on. He was only able to get a little closer, and then he was stopped. Boom! With a final loud sound, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared, and the endless storm dispersed. The world became clear again. Yi Fan's joints moved, and his body was like divine gold, shining with extraordinary splendor. At the same time, the myriad energy cauldron trembled unceasingly. The runes on it interweaved like dragons, giving it life. Everything had ended. Although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it didn't descend completely. It only buried Yi Fan, and didn't touch the immortal vein below. Boom! After who knew how much time had passed, Yi Fan erupted with a streak of light that pierced through the heavens and earth. His entire body was clear and flawless, completely recovering to his peak state. Everything has passed. The yin-yang death curse was destroyed and Yi Fan's strength soared to the next level, entering the immortal foundation realm. Every single move of his was filled with boundless energy that would never dry up. He stood in the air, and Yi Fan stood in the air. His eyes, and Yi Fan of the cauldron. Of his Yi Fan's heavens. Of Triboff cauldron. A chi was like abyss opened. Of world and the heavens. A heaved. From afar, a loud cry rang out. A man was flung over, forcibly restrained. Everyone was shocked. That was a half-step expert, yet he was actually restrained. He just entered the Immortal Foundation's secret realm and he can already fight against supreme existences? Many people were shocked. Little thief Yi, go to hell. The man who was restrained roared with unwillingness. He spat out a waterfall that was refined from the sun-true water. The great river surged, extremely hot, so hot that the immortal vein was about to turn into ashes. Every splash of water was like a sun. This was a secret treasure of the sect. Even holy lords would feel their hearts stirring when they saw it. He was a half-step expert from the Yin-Yang sect. After his defeat, he didn't retreat. He was like many spectators and didn't know that Yi Fan had a divine eye and had long seen through his true body. Pooh! The great cauldron spun, sucking in the sun-true water. At the same time, it descended, formless, omnipresent, and landed on his body. This supreme existence coughed out blood and was instantly severed into 2. After that, his body instantly disintegrated, evaporating into nothingness. Not even a bone was left behind. Yi Fan just entered the Immortal Foundation realm and he could already fight against half-step experts. He didn't use any of his origin arts, nor did he toss out any divine origin blocks. He only relied on his own combat prowess. 8 Forbidden Domain. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air as they realized a very serious problem. Each level of Immortal Foundation could be divided into 9 levels. Yi Fan just arrived at this secret realm, and yet he could already fight against characters at the peak of the first level. In other words, they were all half-step supreme existences. In truth, there were some living fossils who felt that Yi Fan was even stronger than they imagined, because they could sense how terrifying his divine sense was. His divine sense is strong enough, and first-level Immortal Foundation cultivators mainly cultivate their divine sense. In that case, he might have a qualitative leap in strength soon. When they thought of this question, many people shuddered. Yi Fan's advancement speed might be extremely fast, and he might even break through soon. Who would be able to stop him in the future? In the Immortal Foundation realm, the first layer was used to temper one's powerful divine sense, like sharpening one's blade. Only after entering the second layer would one be able to unlock other treasures in one's body, unlocking boundless combat prowess. He's only at the first level of Immortal Foundation. It's hard to determine his combat prowess. Only after he grasps an ancient scripture would his combat prowess be revealed. And you also acted 49 days ago, right? Yi Fan's divine eyes were like lightning as he stared in another direction. From afar, a loud cry rang out. Another supreme existence was forcibly captured. This person was extremely powerful. He took out a white bone banner and waved it ferociously, causing 10,000 swords to slash wildly. Clang. Yi Fan tapped out with his finger as a beam of golden light shot out, shattering the 10,000 swords. After that, a gigantic golden palm pressed down, shattering the white bone banner. The hearts of everyone in the surroundings trembled. The 8-limit domain was truly terrifying, rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan was already so powerful when he just ascended to Immortal Foundation. After he touched upon the 8-limit domain, he was basically invincible at the first level of Immortal Foundation. This half-step supreme existence didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He spat out a golden skull. At the start, it was only an inch tall, but after that, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a golden skeletal furnace. Saint Lord ranked weapon, able to manifest the laws of the Great Tao. Yi Fan wasn't moved. The myriad source chi cauldron flipped and flew out, smashing into the furnace with a bang, instantly shattering the golden skull. This cauldron has already been upgraded to a Saint Lord ranked weapon. After experiencing heavenly tribulations, it has already manifested its own Tao marks. Everyone was shocked. Right now, this cauldron was the same as Yi Fan, starting to mature. The material it was made from was extremely precious and rare. Once it manifested Tao marks, it would be extremely terrifying. The myriad source chi cauldron is truly compatible with the saint physique. Someone sighed. Chi! The ancient cauldron trembled lightly. That half-step supreme existence instantly shattered inch by inch, transforming into nothingness. He died just like that. A powerful saint physique, displaying such combat prowess the moment he stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. This caused a commotion in all directions. Many major powers sent people over, all of them were shocked. Now, it's a little too late to suppress the saint physique. If we want to eliminate him, we have to pay an extremely great price. That might not be the case. A weapon of an ancient sage that isn't damaged by the saint physique, if we want to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he soars into the heavens or burrows into the earth. Naturally, people could only discuss in private. If they wanted to kill Yi Fan, there were many experts with great combat prowess. But the crux of the matter was whether they could stop him or not. How can it be so easy? He has an origin art that allows him to transform without a trace. Now that he has appeared, he is in the unique warrior manner and can't act recklessly. You guys are truly audacious. Yi Fan coldly laughed. He saw some people from the enemy powers that weren't at the half-step supreme existence realm hiding in the darkness. Chi. Yi Fan attacked continuously. Flowers of blood bloomed one after another. In the blink of an eye, tens of people died. What? Did he cultivate the heavenly eye? Why can't he hide? The remaining enemies all ran away. However, there were still many people here. During this month, Many major powers had received the news and rushed over. There was no need to mention the elites of the unique warrior manor, they had been paying attention to this. A few supreme existences from the Ji clan were here, holding the Scarlet Blood Divine Lamp. It was a damaged weapon left behind by an ancient saint, intimidating many people. The unique warrior manor was even more unfathomable. No one was willing to provoke them, they didn't want to cause trouble here. In the distance, Princess Moonspirit's heart trembled. The Jiuli divine dynasty had robbed Yi Fan. In the future, things would most likely not be good. If the saint physique continued to develop at this speed, it would definitely be a huge pressure. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden, the God King physique of the Jianghu clan, the experts from the southern mountains, the itinerant monks from the western desert, the kings of the central plains, and the others were all uneasy. At this moment, the younger generation all felt different. They all felt a huge pressure. Brat, pay your debts. The last person wasn't captured by Yi Fan. Instead, he approached Yi Fan of his own accord. Duanda charged forward with a black face and a broken bowl on his head. The victim had come. Yi Fan really couldn't attack. First, he was in the wrong. Second, he had half a monarch weapon. If they really fought, he would be unlucky. Daoist Duan, long time no see. How have you been? Unharmed my ass. You bastards, you even stole my underpants. Don't talk so much nonsense with me. My 9 divine weapons, my longevity lock, my 18 divine pearls, my celestial demon lamp. Spit them all out. In the distance, everyone spluttered. Dongfang Yi wanted to slip away. He didn't let go of any hairpins, socks, or shoes. Naturally, he was the one who had done it. But he had stripped Duanda naked. Yi Fan had a headache. Fatty Duan was very difficult to deal with. Did he really have to fight? It was impossible to hope that he would hand over the 9 divine weapons. That fatty was also robbed. Serves him right. In the distance, Ji Ziyue was fuming. Ji clan's almighty was also grinding his teeth. Fatty Duan had visited their cemetery and robbed an ancient invincible divine king's tomb. They didn't catch him at that time. Return my weapons. Duanda clenched his teeth. Every weapon he mentioned was a monarch divine weapon. They were all famous and had left endless fame in this land. The world knew about them. Monarch divine weapons, where did he come from? He had collected all of them before? Everyone was shocked. They weren't unfamiliar with this fatty, but they couldn't figure him out. Brother Duan, don't be angry. Back then, you were fat and we felt like old friends at first sight. Have you forgotten? So many spiritual weapons flew out from the tomb and I gave them all to you. I didn't even say no. Now, I'm short of money and want to borrow a few weapons from you, but you're acting like this. You're really not loyal, Yi Fan said. Speaking of the past, Fatty Duan's heart ached. Thinking of losing the green copper, he said with a pained heart, let's not talk anymore. Give me a piece of old copper and we'll be friends. No problem. Yi Fan stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, Brother Duan, you saw it too. I'm in trouble. Many people want to kill me. Lend me the heaven-devouring evil jar for half a year. I heard you have a few ancient scriptures. Can you lend them to me for 2 years? One used his divine physique to suppress the other, and the other used the heaven-devouring evil jar to intimidate him. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and haggled as they walked toward the depths of Qishir Manor. Fatty Duan, why do you want the heaven origin immortal formation? Damn it, and you want me to carve 100 of them at once. Do you think you're drinking cold water? 100 of them? Just move your finger and you'll have them. You must feel good robbing me of my imperial divine weapons, right? Why don't I rob you? Damn you, Duanda, 1 heaven resentment immortal formation needs 1,000,000 runes and 4 pieces of divine source the size of a human head. Why don't you go rob someone? Open the treasury of a holy land and see if there's that much. Kid, aren't you the Yuan Taoist master? Go to the northern region and you'll have everything you need. How about this? Carve 50 of them for me. Fatty Duan, go to hell. 1 heaven resentment immortal formation is worth 1,000,000 kilograms of pure divine source. You won't find that much divine source even if you dig up a great emperor's tomb. I'm not asking you to give it to me now. Can you carve 8 or 10 of them for me first? Ever since Fatty Duan saw Ouyang Ye's Heaven Origin Immortal formation, he couldn't forget it. Later, when he learned that Yi Fan had killed a mighty with it, he became even more tempted. Why do you need so many Divine Origin Immortal formations for no reason? Yi Fan didn't understand. North the Arch, aren't you plotting against the ancient sovereign mountain? You want to take out the Wuxia Bell. How can I be left out of this? I want to see Great Emperor Wuxia. King Duanda, damn bastard Ziting, damn it kid, why are you scolding me? Just scold the North the Arch. Come with me to the ancient sovereign mountain. Yi Fan couldn't stop thinking. The North the Arch really dared to make a move on the Purple Mountain. Back then, he couldn't even open the Arch weapon. Could he? If I don't go, I'll just be courting death. I don't want to die for no reason. Kid, don't regret it. The North the Arch has convinced some primordial imperial clans. They might be able to enter the Purple Mountain. At that time, they might even be able to carry Great Emperor Wu Shi's corpse out. Do you have any other news? Yi Fan asked. There's too much news. This month, the Eastern Barren Territory hasn't been peaceful. Many things have happened. Fatty Duan patted his shoulder and said, "Come with me. With your original skill and my divine skill, we'll be invincible." No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yi Fan shook his head. You have to know that my imperial divine weapons are priceless. No one can afford them. You robbed them all at once. Tell me, how are we going to settle this? Go and help me pay for it. Go to hell. Why didn't you say what happened to them when you stole my spiritual weapon? I used them as a sacrifice to control the sky-devouring demon jar. Don't count on it. Then we're even. You're so indifferent. Even that dog from the Eastern Barren Territory went crazy. Aren't you moved? Duanda said. CKU. How can I compare? Tell me what happened. That dog from the Eastern Barren Territory is too strange. It killed a few powerful people and almost crippled Wang Teng. It's the same kind of dog as you. Don't you want to see that annoying dog? Chapter 662. The major forces retreated. Many people's hearts were heavy after seeing Yi Fan's bravery during the tribulation. His saint body had already grown to such a level. Could they still kill him? At this moment, Duanda and Yi Fan were still chattering. They didn't want to give in to each other. They sat on a beautiful mountain peak and glared at each other. Fatty Duan, don't force me. If you piss me off, the northern region will be my world. I'll use my original technique to send you to the Origin Ancient Mine. Do you think I'm scared? If I'm not happy, I'll use the sky-devouring evil jar to suppress you and throw you into the southern gate of the Divine Ruins. Don't ever think about coming out. Duanda insisted. Yi Fan owed him 100 Origin Divine formations. He wanted him to carve 8 of them right now. Otherwise, he'd have to compensate him with several Imperial Divine weapons. Duanda, you sneaked into the Ji clan cemetery and opened the ancient tomb of the ancient invincible Divine King. How are you going to settle this? An expert of the Ji clan arrived with a dark face. Don't cause trouble for me. Fighting is forbidden in the Qishir mansion. Moreover, I didn't even find a single strand of hair in that tomb, so I was stained with bad luck and was chased by you for hundreds of thousands of miles. Duanda said plausibly. This is an insult to the Ji clan. You won't be able to leave the Qishir mansion. If you dare to show yourself, I'll kill you immediately. The expert threatened. Donda! Wu Zhongtian shouted. He descended from the sky, followed by Li Heishui and the others. Or you? I don't know you. Duanda felt guilty. You dug up my family's tomb. This isn't over yet. Wu Zhongtian's expression was ugly. His grandfather Wu Dao had chased Duanda for thousands of miles, but he still managed to escape. Let's talk. Don't shout. Duanda lifted his butt and wanted to run. Priest Duan, where's the sky demon lamp? Yao Yuekong flew over with an unfriendly expression. The cemetery of the Sky Demon Palace had also been dug up. I picked up that magic lamp. Besides, those 3 bastards robbed it. Go and settle the score with them. Duanda wanted to slip away, but he found that more and more people were looking for them. A silhouette materialized out of thin air, and a handsome man blocked his way. It was the Middle Emperor Xiang. His expression was calm, and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. He said, "You should return the longevity lock to me." In the distance, everyone felt dizzy. Duanda really dared to rob just about anyone. As soon as he showed himself, a group of victims came knocking on his door, and even Central Emperor was included. "That's your cenotaph. Your real body was taken away 9,000 years ago. I did pick up a lock, but it was also robbed. Don't ask me for it. Taoist Duan, you went in and out of the Fei God Yin tomb 9 times. What did you steal? Did you see the supreme treasure, the ancient desolate tower?" A flawless girl appeared. Yen Ruyu had come looking for him. "Stop putting labels on me. Not to mention the ancient desolate tower, I did not even enter the main entrance of the Yin grave. It has nothing to do with me," Duan Dezhen said anxiously. He saw Yi Fan jump out in a moment of anger, but he did not expect so many creditors to jump out in such a short time. He felt guilty. "Taoist Duan, it's fine that you robbed the Eastern Desolate Tomb, but you came to my central prefecture to wreak havoc. The 9 divine weapons have been buried underground for 15,000 years, and you even dug them out." The Emergence King Su Zishuan appeared. "That Emergence King has nothing to do with you. You are not related by blood. Don't put all your bad debts on me. Those 18 pearls should have something to do with us, right?" On the other side, a young king from the central prefecture walked over with an unfriendly expression. Duanda's scalp went numb. He felt that he jumped out at the wrong time. He was blocked by a group of victims and had nothing to say. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Brother Duan, you have done too many immoral things. You are not satisfied with the heaven-devouring demon jar, and you go around robbing ancient tombs. You are too unscrupulous. If I want to control the Emperor weapon, I need to nurture the weapon spirit. No matter how many weapons I have, it will not be enough for me. Duanda, you are too evil. You entered my Ji clan cemetery and even want to find the Void Emperor's tomb." Ji Ziyue complained. On the side, Ji Haoyue, who had the divine king physique, had an unfriendly expression. His eyes were very sharp as he stared at him. "Damn, I was wondering why there were so many people looking for trouble with me. So it's because of those 2 bastards." Duanda stared at the 2 people in the distance. One was Pang Bo, and the other was barbarian Dong Fangyi. They were doing their best to attract people and spread the story of the tomb robbers. "You two, one robbed me, and the other is using my 9 divine weapons. Why haven't you died yet?" Fatty Duan took advantage of the situation and shouted loudly. He then rushed over and disappeared like a wisp of smoke, escaping without a trace. Pang Bo and Barbarian looked at each other and smiled. This was indeed the idea they thought of to solve the problem for Yi Fan. Otherwise, Fatty Duan would not be easy to deal with. If you have the guts, then stay in the unique scholar manor for the rest of your life. If you dare to leave, I will skin you alive. A powerhouse from the Ji clan said and turned to leave. Yi Fan stayed in the unique scholar manor for another half a month. He entered their ancient book vault and carefully searched, but he couldn't find even the slightest bit of the first 9 great completions Saint Physiques. I have been tricked. He wanted to find the Vice Master Lin Daochen and ask him about it. In the end, he was told that he was in seclusion and might be hiding in some corner. Who knows, he might not move for another 10 years. During the ancient years, there really were a few Saint Physiques that came here, but they have already left along the starry sky ancient path. A powerhouse said. Where does it lead to? Yi Fan asked. In the end, there was no answer. This was the highest secret of the unique scholar manor. Several days later, Yi Fan left. He waved to everyone and said, Don't worry, we will meet again very soon. I have some problems to solve and will be back soon. Little Yi, you have to take care. Ji Ziyue reminded. Yi, wait until I finish eating that coffin and enter the secret realm. I will immediately find you. Pang Bo was resolute. The group was speechless. Today, there will be a great war in the eastern wasteland. The unique scholar manor might send us there to train. Maybe we can fight shoulder to shoulder. Dongfang Yi said. When you see that damn dog, quickly ask it to find Tu Fei. He has been missing for several years. Li Heishui and the others couldn't let it go. At the same time, they told Yi Fan that they would most likely participate in the war in the Eastern Wasteland. Even if you really want to train, don't act rashly. This time, it might involve the immemorial imperial family. It's useless for the Saint Lords to go. Moreover, I'm not going to the Eastern Wasteland. Yi Fan warned them. Finally, the teleportation formation was activated. Yi Fan was about to disappear and cross the void. Brat, have you thought it through? Do you want to go to the Eastern Wasteland? I will wait for you at the ancient Emperor Mountain. We will fight the Eastern Wasteland together and meet the immemorial king. Take out the Wuxia bell. Duanda shouted from afar. However, Yi Fan couldn't hear it. His figure became indistinct, thus disappearing. Grave robber, you dare to show up? A group of people shouted. Duanda didn't have a temper. He disappeared quickly and didn't dare to linger. However, before he left, he shouted, anyone want to go to the Eastern Wasteland to fight the immemorial king? Anyone want to dig the great Emperor Wuxia's grave? Anyone want to catch the immortal phoenix herb? Let's form a team. After an unknown time, Yi Fan walked out of the territory gate and arrived at the southern part of the center prefecture. This place was full of life and lush greenery. He didn't go to the Eastern Wasteland because he knew it was hard to open the ancient Emperor Mountain. Previously, the Eastern Wasteland and the center prefecture had used many sovereign weapons to open it, but they couldn't. Shiyan didn't believe that the North King had that much power. If the immemorial king awakens, he might really be able to open it. That is their ancient Emperor Mountain, and there are also ancient kings in the Purple Mountain. If they work with the outside world, Yi Fan thought of this possibility and felt uneasy. The undying heavenly emperor, the ancient emperor token, a divine egg, the Wuxia Sutra, the Wuxia bell, the immortal phoenix herb, the great emperor Wuxia's corporeal body, many divine items had appeared there, and there were still many left. I haven't seen the Black Emperor for a long time. I wonder how many people this damn dog has harmed. His greedy nature hasn't diminished at all. I really don't know how he dealt with North Qingtang. Yi Fan's mind was filled with thoughts as he thought of the past events in the Eastern Barren Land. I wonder how little Nan Nan is doing. Has she grown up? What is the origin of the so-called divine infant? He felt that after settling the matters here, it was time to go back to the Eastern Wasteland to take a look. It had been a long time. There was an ancient city in front of a boundless land. Looking from afar, it was filled with auspicious energy and colorful lights. It was incomparably sacred and auspicious. This was the pure land of the Yin-Yang school. Many of the great sects in the Central Plains were like this. They built cities and nurtured draconic energy. After more than 200,000 years, it had long since become a divine land. The majestic city walls were like a black steel wall that stretched on endlessly. It was filled with power, and the majesty of the ancient city had the power to break through the clouds. I, Yi Fan, am here. Yi Fan strode over and gazed at the Yin-Yang god city in the distance. He revealed a cold smile and said, every time, it's you people who come to provoke me. Today, I've broken into the city. Of course, he wasn't attacking the city from the front. The Yin-Yang school was one of the great sects in the Central Plains. They had many experts and looked down on the Central Plains. They also had the Yin-Yang ancient mirror as their foundation, so no one dared to offend them. If one Yin-Yang school leader died, there would definitely be a second, a third, a fourth. It was not a big deal for such a great sect to lose an old leader. Their foundation was very solid. Unless they had the human race's emperor weapon, they could not be shaken. He had already seen the power of an incomplete saint weapon. Killing a divine lord was as easy as killing an ant. If the real Yin-Yang ancient mirror appeared, there was no way to stop it. The person who had the mirror was invincible in the past. The Central Plains is a land of great heroes. Since ancient times, there have been many ancestral roots that have nurtured draconic energy. They have created divine lands one after another, but they have also given me a chance. Yi Fan circled around the Yin-Yang god city for 3 days. He measured the terrain and prepared to use the draconic energy to fight against this ancient sect. He thought hard and dug out a shocking dragon cave in the north, south, east, and west. Then he carved countless runes in them, pushing his Genesis technique to its limit. Anyone who kills Yi Fan will be rewarded with an Emperor Divine weapon. Anyone who kills Yi Fan will be rewarded with 5 million kilograms of Genesis Qi. A sky-high reward. Anyone who kills Saint Physique will be rewarded with a jar of dragon marrow. In the past half a month, the Central Plains was in an uproar. The death of the Yin-Yang school leader had caused a huge uproar. Many great powers were shaken and the sect had issued a sky-high reward. And that was why Yi Fan had come. The Yin-Yang school would not rest until he was dead, so there was no need for him to be polite. Anyone who can take the head of the Yi family's little brat will be rewarded with an ancient saint's comprehension. Anyone who can kill Saint Physique can come to the Yin-Yang school and listen to the heavenly voice of the Great Path for 10 years. The Yin-Yang school's voice shook the world. The conditions they offered made many people jealous. Naturally, those who were not afraid of death moved out. Many powerful rogue cultivators started to look for Yi Fan. In the past few days, the people of the Central Plains were all hooked up. Everyone was tempted. The comprehension of the ancient saint and the heavenly voice of the Yin-Yang divine ancestor made many divine lords unable to sit still. These conditions were too generous. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted. The Yin-Yang school was determined to get rid of Saint Physique and shouted to all of the experts in the Central Plains. This was a huge earthquake. A storm was about to arrive. Experts from all walks of life moved out and almost turned the Central Plains upside down. They were all looking for Yi Fan. It was to the extent where many people knew that Yi Fan had left the unique scholar manor, but they still rushed in. They wanted to find clues and exchange them for a great Dao fruit. This was a huge storm that engulfed the Central Plains. No one thought that the Yin-Yang school would be willing to pay such a price to get rid of Saint Physique. The Yin-Yang school feels the pressure and is afraid. They are worried that Saint Physique will mature. That's right. Once Yi Fan passes the trial of the Divine Lord, it will be a disaster for the Yin-Yang school. They won't dare to let him prove his Dao. Everyone was discussing this. During these few days, the entire Central Plains was shaken. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Since you want to fight me to the death and issue this kind of killing order to deal with me, then I will accompany you to the end. No one expected that he would take the risk in such a dangerous situation. He arrived outside the Yin-Yang God City alone. No one knew that he was going to pierce through the heavens. Yi Fan was extremely patient. He spent half a month of time painstakingly studying the layout. Endless symbols were engraved into the great earth as he laid down an exceptional heavenly origin divine formation. This formation was many times more brilliant than Ouyang Ye's. It was extremely large and trapped the entire ancient city within. It borrowed the power of the mountains and rivers as well as the power of the stars to ignite the ancient draconic energy. Apart from the 4 main dragon caves in the north, south, east, and west, Yi Fan dug up another 81 underground dragon veins. He completely changed this land and turned it into his main battlefield. However, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Back then, there were unmatched experts who took action here. When they chose to construct this formation, they had long made preparations and anticipated all types of dangers. Even so, I will make you all suffer the consequences. A few days later, the Yin-Yang school issued many shocking bounties, encouraging the world to kill the Saint Physique Yi Fan at all costs. Whoever can provide the whereabouts of this child will also receive a sky-high reward. Whoever kills this little thief can enter the Yin-Yang ancient mirror to comprehend the Tao for 100 years. Whoever kills this evil creature can obtain a shocking divine treasury. Yin-Yang school, I am here. All of you, get out here and accept your death. On this day, a loud roar resounded throughout the Yin-Yang God City. No one expected Yi Fan to slaughter his way into their divine land alone. When he got close, the entire central continent's people were looking for him, yet he took the initiative to attack them. Chapter 663. A boundless giant city stretched out for over 100 li. The city walls were tall and imposing, as if a mountain ridge stretched out before them. It flickered with a deep and cold metallic luster. It was filled with a condensed feeling of power, as if it was an ancient divine city forged from black gold. It was grand and majestic, giving off a suffocating pressure. It was filled with the imprints of ancient times. Meanwhile, in front of this enormous city, there was only a single figure. Facing this vast city alone, he seemed extremely insignificant, forming a stark contrast. A single person challenged a divine city, facing a great sect that had existed for more than 200,000 years. This required tremendous courage. Yi Fan's expression remained calm as he faced this undying inheritance that was as common as clouds. A cool breeze blew past, his green clothes fluttering about. He was extremely calm. Evil Yi, you actually dare to attack my Yin-Yang sect's main city alone? Are you tired of living, or do you not know the difference between life and death? A group of people stood on the imposing city gate. They all found it a bit hard to believe that a single person dared to come here alone, facing a great sect that had existed for thousands of years. If you can't accept it, then come out and accept your death. Yi Fan stood with his head held high, facing a Yin-Yang sect disciple just like this. Who will go out and kill this little evil creature for me? A middle-aged man whose status wasn't low shouted. A single person attacking a great sect was not only a type of strange news, but even more so a type of humiliation. If news of today's events got out, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. It would damage the Yin-Yang sect's prestige. A young cultivator dared to break through the city alone. How could they endure this? Lay down formation patterns, don't let him escape. I will go kill him. A 30-something-year-old male leapt off the city, throwing himself over murderously like a great peng. Zheng, 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 zheng. The jet-black iron feathers were terrifying as they shot out like a rain of light. They emitted metallic vibrations as they filled the sky with clanking noises. 9-step fatal blow, iron tail divine feathers, unstoppable. They were refined from the divine wings of the Black One after it passed away in meditation. Even powerful beings can be pierced through. In the back, an elder nodded inwardly. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Fan took action, turning into a streak of flowing light. A golden figure rushed past, and large amounts of black divine feathers shattered. Sounds rang out continuously. He grabbed a main feather with a single hand and flung it out. A streak of dark light pierced through the void, traversing through space. Then, with a pu sound, bloody light flickered, piercing through the space between the newcomer's brows, killing him on the spot. How could this be? How could he have such a formidable combat strength? Could his strength be comparable to a holy lord? Everyone on the city wall felt their hearts skip a beat. Something's not right. With his current strength, he can fight against half-step almighty beings, but he definitely can't fight against sect master-level figures. Borrowed the draconic energy under Yin-Yang God City. Someone discovered this fact. In that instant, an elder gave the order to operate the divine city's formation patterns and transfer the draconic energy, preventing it from being used by the outside world. Little thief Yi, hand over your life. At this moment, 6 middle-aged men walked out in a line. All of them were at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation and were all half-step supreme existences. Now, Yi Fan's fame grew by the day. Even the supreme experts from the previous generation didn't dare to face him alone. The 6 of them came out together and joined forces to deal with the enemy. Go and report to the sect master and the doyens. Little vile creature Yi Fan is here. We will act first to kill him. One of them spoke. The 6 experts arrived outside the city. Do you think you can deal with me with just the 6 of you? Yi Fan laughed coldly as he walked forward. Mystic Heaven Slash. One of them shouted and spat out a beam of light. It was like a silver river descending from the sky, slashing towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan didn't care. He stretched out his right hand and flicked with force. With a ding sound, the blade of light shattered and flew out in all directions. Undying Devil Wave. On the other side, a person shook a large bell. The devilish sound was like the tides, surging over, deafening to the ears. It was like a magnificent army galloping. Duh! Yi Fan lightly shouted. After that, he lifted his hand and shot out a finger imprint that was like a golden bolt of lightning flying towards the large bell. Yin-Yang Divine Swords. With a loud shout, a pair of yin-yang swords intertwined like dragons and phoenixes. They turned into two streaks of light as they slaughtered over. The sword energy split apart the earth and opened up a giant valley. All of this is useless. Yi Fan flicked his finger. Two streaks of spiritual light flew out and collided with the yin-yang divine swords. Innate 5 elements centipede rope. On the other side, a half-step expert shouted. A divine rope that was scarlet red like blood flew over like a giant centipede. It was over 1,000 feet long and breathed out multicolored mist as it wrapped around Yi Fan. Sping. Yi Fan formed an imprint with one hand. The sky-overturning imprint pressed down like an immortal mountain, smashing the 1,000 feet long scarlet centipede inch by inch. The 6 experts attacked together. They were all half-step experts, but Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained. He held the absolute advantage and destroyed their weapons from time to time. The ground was sparkling. There were pieces of divine iron and broken jade everywhere. They were all magical treasures that had been destroyed. The 6 experts couldn't defeat Yi Fan's people. This was true combat strength. Not so long ago, when he was still a small cultivator, he was constantly being hunted down. Now, he could fight 6 half-step experts alone. The difference was like heaven and earth. His combat strength soared. Ants and giant dragons didn't cross paths. It was difficult for dandelion seeds and colorful clouds in the sky to meet. They lived in different worlds and never knew each other. Different times, different paths, different people. When he stopped again, he had already reached this step. His name shook the central plains and he could fight against the most powerful cultivators. 6 directions killing formation. The 6 half-step experts suddenly shouted. The broken weapons all turned into light and rose from the ground. They wanted to trap and kill Yi Fan and kill him. Streak after streak of divine light rushed up, forming a giant 6-pointed star formation. Yi Fan was locked in the center as all types of killing light shot out. Little evil creature Yi, do you think we came to throw our lives away? We came for your life. Today, we are going to refine you to death. Thing that doesn't know life from death? Is Yin-Yang sect a place you can barge into? You actually dare to attack the city alone? You are purely courting death. The 6 great experts stood on one side, standing on the 6 corners of the 6-pointed star formation. Their eyes were all malicious and cold as they smiled. Younger generation, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can an ant-like existence like you touch an undying inheritance? I'll refine your soul in a bit. It's too early for you all to be happy. All of you die for me. Yi Fan released a great roar. The earth beneath his feet completely collapsed. Over 10,000 streaks of draconic energy rushed up, instantly drowning out the 6 directions killing formation. The ancient star was destroyed. What is going on? The divine city's formation patterns are activated, so why is there still draconic energy leaking out? How can he still borrow it? Many people on the Yin-Yang City Tower were alarmed. Retreat! An elder shouted. However, it was already too late. Over 10,000 streaks of draconic energy rushed into the heavens like 10,000 swords, shattering the ancient formation. Poof! One of them was pierced through on the spot. Blood splashed outwards, his entire body flying outwards. In the end, he was swept through by another expanse of sword energy, turning into meat paste on the spot. Another person cried out loudly. He operated a magical treasure, becoming one with his body, throwing himself at Yi Fan, fast as lightning. However, Yi Fan was even faster. He took a step out, the travel symbol art operating, arriving first even though he moved later. The human king imprint struck out, shattering the ancient weapon, his body flying out while covered in blood. Pooh! Yi Fan followed up, trampling down with a foot, stepping on his chest and landing on the ground. He was trampled to death on the spot, no longer breathing. The other 4's expressions changed, all of them flying backwards. However, they couldn't break through the draconic energy's obstruction, all of them stopped. Yi Fan brandished out boldly, slaughtering his way over. Chi! A streak of snow-white blade radiance rushed out. He hacked one of them in half. Yi Fan was valiant. A golden fist smashed out, blasting the other party's magical treasure and flesh into a bloody mist, smashing everything until nothing was left. Another person cried out miserably, his head twisted off by Yi Fan bare-handedly. Blood splashed 3 meters into the air. He was unwilling, but he couldn't change reality, his divine will scattering. Yi Fan's hands moved about, as if he was guiding a starry sky. Endless symbols flickered, covering the sky, completely erasing the other person's 9 divine weapons. He pressed down on the void, leaving behind a clear imprint. That person in the distance coughed out a large mouthful of blood, his body breaking apart into pieces, and then exploding, completely dying. In this underground battlefield where draconic energy rushed into the heavens, 6 great experts died in the blink of an eye, not a single one left. It was difficult for them to contend against Yi Fan's valiant attack. The city immediately became deathly silent. This type of method could be compared to a holy lord, not many people able to do this. Suddenly, there was great chaos. The top experts in the city heard the news and rushed over. A large group of people slaughtered their way over, every single one of them surging with killing intent, most of them old and gray-haired. Old sect master died so miserably, turning his body into a death curse, forever falling into purgatory, yet he couldn't kill this little dog, hateful. Old sect master, I will get revenge for you. A valiant male was the first to fly out, roaring loudly. He rushed murderously at Yi Fan, the divine sword in his hands hacking down. Yi Fan used his hand to slash out, and then an expanse of blazing radiance flew out, colliding with that person's heavenly sword. Sounds rang out continuously, making his heart jump. This was an ultra-powerful being. For you, I am Yin Yang Sect's holy child from 500 years ago, now a respected elder. Hand over your life. This person shouted loudly, the divine sword in his hands arriving, the cold radiance of the sword illuminating several dozen li. Every 500 years, they would choose a new generation of holy child, and when the old sect master passed away, a successor would be chosen from the previous generations of holy children. Holy child from 500 years ago, no wonder he is so powerful. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Kill him. At this time, several more valiant males flew over, all of them revealing killing intent. They all rushed to take action, wishing to take Yi Fan's head, becoming even more powerful. Holy child from 1,000 years ago, holy child from 1,500 years ago, and even a holy daughter from 2,000 years ago. Their strength was terrifying, enough to be mentioned on the same level as the current most powerful holy lord. The main reason was because Wang Yangzhan had lived for too long, exceeding 3,000 years. The holy children below him could only wait, unable to ascend. Now, a senior elder had become a sect master, and they all wanted to use this opportunity to ascend to the position of vice sect master, hoping to succeed him in the future. The past holy child, now the current powerful senior elder, attacked Yi Fan together, and there were a few extremely terrifying old monsters that flew over, taking action ruthlessly. Even if Yi Fan could borrow the great Earth's draconic energy, possessing the strength to contend against a holy lord, there was no way he could fight so many people alone. That was purely courting death. It's time. He made his decision inwardly, drawing many experts over. He wanted to gather the power of a dragon cave, wipe out a group of experts, and break one of Yin Yang Sect's legs. Hong. The heavenly origin divine formation that Yi Fan had carved was fully activated. Endless divine light rushed into the heavens, and tens of thousands of great dragons leapt out. Auspicious multicolored light covered the entire area, submerging this place. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that made people feel like their bodies were going to split apart appeared, surging towards Yi Fan. Within the divine city, a black and red ancient mirror was currently rising from the ground. The ancient saint's weapon, the true yin-yang ancient mirror has appeared. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He had seen this ancient mirror's replica before, and it could kill powerful beings as easily as crushing ants, let alone the real one. Damn it! He had long since made preparations, but he hadn't expected the Yin-Yang sect to immediately use their sect-protecting treasure. One could well imagine how heavy their killing intent was, and they were determined not to give him the slightest chance. Break the city for me. Endless divine power burned, and the great dragons underground raised their heads, burying Yin God City. They all rushed into the sky, and this place was completely thrown into chaos. From the distance, it was like a sea of divine power, and nothing else could be seen. The underground dragon source surged out from the symbols that Yi Fan had carved, engulfing the world. An endless sea descended like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. This was a great calamity. Hong! The 4 sides of Yin God City's gates collapsed, and then the ancient city walls that were like mountain ridges collapsed like paper. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. This legendary divine land experienced a shocking calamity. Many ancient buildings collapsed, and it was simply impossible to control. Just one person against my Yin sect, yet he destroyed our important land. This is a gargantuan humiliation. Even exterminating his 9 generations wouldn't be enough to wash away this humiliation. Many of the Yin sect's old monsters roared, and they were close to going crazy. Hong! An ancient mirror rushed out from the great earth dragon vein, rising and falling in the void. It was as if it could freeze the endless heavens. Many of the Yin sect's senior elders couldn't help but kneel down. Ancient holy weapon, please protect the foundation of my sect's divine city. Ancient deity, awaken. Freeze this land. Yi Fan stood in the distance, not daring to get close. That ancient mirror was too terrifying, as if it could devour heaven and earth. Every strand of energy it released could crush supreme beings. It looked simple and unadorned. One side was black, while the other was red. It possessed an indescribable power, as if it could destroy anything. This is the legendary unrivaled ancient mirror. Back then, after their first ancestor refined it, he was unrivaled in the 5 regions. His name shook the past and present, and he had killed deities from outside this region. This was the enemy's sect protecting treasure. The entire world knew about it, and no one dared to oppose it. Even though Yi Fan wanted to seize it, he could only shake his head at this moment. The ancient holy weapon swallowed the power of heaven and earth as if it had a life of its own. It quickly revived, stabilizing the surging underground draconic energy. It could freeze everything. This ancient weapon seized the natural luck of the heavens. There really is no way to deal with it. Hong! Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Even though the ancient mirror had frozen the draconic energy, the terrifying power was still surging. The city was in ruins and large areas collapsed. Little thief Yi, you won't have a good death. Many experts roared in anger. The losses this time were too great, and they wanted to smash their heads against the wall. A large area of Yin God City collapsed. The news immediately spread, and the entire central continent was shaken. No one dared to believe it. Chapter 664. Since ancient times, how many great sects had been annihilated, disappearing in the long river of history? No one could say for sure. As the years rolled by, dust engulfed the countless events of the past. Those peerless beauties who could topple cities with a single smile, those majestic supreme emperors, they were all buried in the past. The so-called immortality also had a time limit. There was no true eternity. Even the emperors of the human race had already died. Some ancient holy lands and even the flourishing divine dynasties had already been annihilated under the vast starry sky. However, a single person facing an unmatched great sect alone, breaking through an expanse of divine land, was something rarely seen since ancient times. Did this mean that a great sect was heading towards decline? This is unbelievable. The Yin sect was still very powerful, but a cultivator who just stepped into the immortal realm actually destroyed their city. The Saint Physique attacked the Yin sect alone and almost succeeded, leaving behind only rubble. When this news got out, Central Plains was shaken. This was inconceivable news. No matter how powerful Yi Fan was, there was no way he could deal with a great sect. However, the truth was right before their eyes. More than half of the Yin divine city had collapsed. Dust rose into the sky and the entire place was almost flattened. How can this be? The Saint Physique can fight against half-step existences, but how can he be compared to those doyens? He used an origin art to lay down a divine formation and almost sacrificed the yin-yang divine city. It was almost burned to ashes by the ancient dragon Qi. When the details spread out, all the major powers were shocked. The origin art left behind by the Yuan Taoist master could be said to be miraculous and could be compared to the ancient scriptures of the human race. A single person facing a great sect and retreating unscathed, destroying half of an ancient city. This shocked all the experts of the Central Plains. Many of the great sects could no longer sit still. What if Yi Fan attacked their sects on a whim? Origin arts were miraculous and incomparable. Now, it seemed that the Dragon Qi of the Central Plains was his combat strength and could become the main battlefield. The major powers of the Central Plains couldn't help but be shaken. They summoned powerful dragon-seeking Earth Masters to strengthen their sects and prevent others from taking advantage of them. The rise of the Saint physique is unstoppable. The older generation sighed. As for the younger generation, many people were stunned when they received the news. The Alcade Saint child was silent. A single person attacking a great sect made him speechless for a long time. It's actually so fierce, it's beyond my expectations. A young itinerant monk from the Western Desert, who came from an ancient temple and had the reputation of being the incarnation of Buddha, also sighed in admiration. Nan Yao also came out of seclusion because of this matter. He gazed towards the south in a daze. Genesis techniques were extremely mysterious, yet they possessed such great power. This amazed him. Princess Yuling, the second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, was in a daze. Yi Fan's methods were truly frightening. Destroying the yin-yang divine city with a single strike was like a fantasy. If he becomes the real Yuan Taoist master, will he be able to directly attack our Jiuli divine dynasty? The various large factions were wary. If Yi Fan were to mature, let alone his battle power, just his Genesis techniques would be extremely frightening. In this battle, everyone also experienced the terror of the yin-yang ancient mirror. It awakened from the underground dragon vein and rose up, immediately stabilizing everything, stabilizing the foundation. Many people who personally witnessed it were horrified. That wisp of qi could destroy any opponent. Killing a divine lord would be as easy as blowing off dust. This ancient holy weapon has existed in this world for more than 200,000 years. It has killed gods from the outer realms. It's simply impossible to estimate how powerful it is. The Central Plains was filled with discussions. Yi Fan was very calm. After leaving the yin-yang divine city unscathed, he met a few old friends in the Qishir Manor. Many people looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. It was simply a miracle that he could achieve such results while fighting the yin-yang sect alone. One of his old friends was missing. The chatterbox and the most lively little moon of the Ji family was no longer here. He had been summoned back due to important matters. Recently, the Ji family's doorstep has been trampled by many people. Many large factions have gone to propose marriage. Ji Haoyue, what kind of physique does your sister have? How come even the large divine dynasties are alarmed and are eagerly going to propose marriage? The divine king physique of the Ji family didn't reply. He was very steady and calm. His eyes were profound as he stood at the side and gazed into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. I'm going back to the eastern wasteland, but the journey is too long. Ordinary teleportation formations won't work. Yi Fan was worried. I'll help you think of a way, Yao Yuekong said. Brother Yi, do you really want to go to the eastern wasteland? I heard that there will be a great battle there. All the ancient races have been alarmed and are heading towards the ancient Emperor Mountain. The barbarian was very excited. He said that he would definitely go to the eastern wasteland to participate in the battle. Perhaps many people will head for the eastern wasteland soon. Once the Purple Mountain is opened, there will be a great war. Even the Jade Lake Saintess said this. The eastern wasteland once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Everything related to Great Emperor Wu Shi would inevitably cause endless waves. The 100 sects of the Central Plains were all paying attention. Last time, they attacked the Purple Mountain and returned miserably. This time, no one dared to act rashly. They were all watching silently. Once there was a chance, they would all move. Yi Fan appeared in the Qishir residence again, causing a commotion. The king-level figures were all here. The divine king physique was undoubtedly very eye-catching. Everything he did would cause great waves. In this beautiful deity ground, young experts from the 5 regions gathered like clouds. King physiques of all kinds could be seen. Everyone was looking at him. There were many terrifying figures among them. Even though they couldn't compare to the Central Emperor and the Southern Demon, they weren't far off. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Recently, Yi Fan felt a few terrifying gazes. Tigers and leopards are hidden in the mountains, Qilins are buried in the fields. This is indeed true. There is no lack of experts in this world. He saw a young monk on a short mountain. He cultivated silent meditation and came from an unknown ancient temple in the western desert. However, he was extremely powerful and unfathomable. Under the night moon, he saw a young demon on a mountain peak, breathing in and out moonlight. Moreover, with a single breath, he would swallow the starlight that filled the sky, casting this region into eternal darkness. It was extremely terrifying. These people were all very low-key or enduring. They didn't show their strength in front of outsiders. Yi Fan could only feel it through the pulsation of the earth. 8 days later, Yi Fan embarked on a new journey. With the help of Yao Yuekong, he found the ancient teleportation formation of the Sky Demon Palace and headed for the Eastern Barren Territory. You go back first. I'll be there soon, Pang Bo said as he ate a coffin. I'm looking forward to the great battle of the Eastern Barren Territory. I'll definitely go. I believe many people will appear in the ancient Emperor Mountain. The barbarian was very battle-hungry. He was sure that the Qishir residents would let them go. The Sky Demon Palace was one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Before the primordial era, there were countless great demons. They could pluck the stars and grab the moon. They roared through the world and could compete with human emperors and the divine physique. Today, they were on par with any immortal inheritance. Together with the Demon King Palace in the southern mountains, they were known as the 2 supreme holy lands of the demon race. With the help of the ancient teleportation formation left by the Sky Demon Palace in the Middle Plains, Yi Fan finally arrived in the Eastern Barren Territory and appeared in a primitive wasteland. Looking from afar, he saw endless palaces that stood in the blue dome of heaven. There was also mist that covered the sky. That was the legendary Sky Demon Palace. More than 100,000 years ago, this place was the origin of the demon race's glory. More than 10,000 years ago, the Qing the Arch had also entered this place and almost built an ancient heaven. But in the end, nothing came of it. There was a powerful pressure that covered the sky and earth. It was like an ancient palace in the mortal world. It was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. Yi Fan didn't stay for long. He used the mysterious jade platform to leave quickly. He went all the way east and went deep into the Eastern Barren Territory. Eastern Barren Territory, I'm back. Half a month later, he entered the central region. There were many ancient cities and sections. It was the origin of the human race. Not long after, he heard a rumor. The North Emperor didn't come to the Eastern Barren Territory just for the Wuxia bell. He also went to the Ji clan to formally propose marriage. Moreover, he mobilized a lot of people. Many important people from the Wang clan of the Northern Plains came personally and entered the ancient clan founded by the Void Emperor. They were fortunate enough to enter the Void Palace. The Ji clan didn't neglect them and led them into the Void Palace built by the ancient Arch. This itself is a kind of recognition. Is the bright moon of the Eastern Barren Territory going to marry the Northern Plains? This was not a small storm. Countless eyes were staring at it. Many people were paying attention, especially the younger generation. They all wanted to be recognized and not fall behind. Not long ago, Ji Ziyue was summoned back from the Middle Plains. It most likely has something to do with this. People immediately made a correct guess. The powerful North the Arch has unparalleled potential. Now, he can be compared to the ancient great thearchs when they were young, and he might even surpass them. In the future, he will at least be a saint, and the Ji clan will definitely move against him. Many young people in the Eastern Barren Territory were pessimistic. It was impossible to compete with the North the Arch. He didn't have such great battle strength and didn't have the foundation of a monarch. The North the Arch suppressed the younger generations so much that they couldn't breathe. In the past few months, no one could stop him. He was on the same level as the Saint Lords. None of the sect leaders dared to neglect him. This was power. A young man who could compete with the sect leaders of the world could look down on the Eastern Barren Territory and his peers. No one dared to go against him. What a pity! Although Jianghu has the divine king body and his strength is unfathomable, this is his sister's marriage. He can't do anything. Doesn't the Jiang clan still have the divine king body? He has always shown his true battle strength. Will he shock the world? The two divine king bodies in the Eastern Barren Territory are not North Thearka's match. At least, they can't compete now. It's useless even if they make a move. People were disappointed to find that although there were many strong young people in the Eastern Barren Territory, there was no number one who could suppress the 5 regions. They couldn't be compared with people like the Middle Emperor and the Southern Demon. Many people thought that maybe only the Yao Guang Saint could fight against the North Arch because no one knew how strong he was. However, people felt it was a pity that he wouldn't make a move. It was said that he was cultivating a special art. According to his temperament, he wouldn't make a move unless he was invincible. 10 years later, there will be one person in the Eastern Barren Territory who can fight against the North Arch. However, the world won't tolerate him, someone said. Many people guessed that it must be Hua Yunfei. Actually, there is one more person. Did you forget the Saint Body? Although he hasn't matured, he killed the North Thearka's uncle and brother. That's right. He might come back. He and the North the Arch are enemies. He will most likely come back. When Yi Fan returned, he heard many rumors. The Eastern Barren Territory was not peaceful. The ancient races in the north were about to awaken. The ancient imperial mountain would definitely be stirred up. During these days, the sects in the north felt a strong pressure. Some people faintly felt the aura of an ancient king coming into being. It made people tremble. Wang Teng, you've stirred up so much trouble in the Eastern Barren Territory. A few days later, news spread that the Saint Body Yi Fan had returned. He had crossed the void and returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. This caused many people to discuss it. Who spread this news? Everyone knows. Are they trying to deal with me? Yi Fan frowned. He had returned secretly, so not many people knew. My son Wang Ting is in the Eastern Wastelands. Holy Body, you better hide forever and never appear again. Otherwise, I will kill you until there is no path to heaven or gate to hell. This was what Northern Plains Wang family's patriarch shouted. The Wang family of the Northern Plains is really tyrannical. They came to the Eastern Barren Territory to propose marriage but are so unrestrained. Do they really think they can command the world? Who told them to have a great emperor for a son? They can indeed shout it out. This is the act tough Saint Body. He disturbed his Taoist heart and made it hard for him to calm down. They want him to attack and take revenge for Wang Teng's uncle and younger brother. Everyone was discussing this matter. Saint Body, as long as you dare to stir up trouble in the Eastern Barren Territory, I will destroy your body and soul. You will never be able to reincarnate. The people from the Wang family continued to spread the news. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Yi Fan didn't hold back. He was extremely domineering, quickly responding. He slaughtered his way into one of the Wang family's extremely large-scale gambling dens in the Eastern Wasteland, slaughtering every single one of them. The Saint Body retaliated. He is stepping on the Wang family's face. A great battle is unavoidable in the future. Everyone was looking forward to it. Chapter 665. A small boat went down the river. On both sides of the river, there were towering mountains, and the cries of apes and roars of tigers. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the small boat and drank alone. The water was sometimes calm and sometimes rapid. He couldn't find the Black Emperor these days. The dead dog was already a legend in East Barren. Not long ago, he almost killed North the Arch, which shocked the entire East Barren. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to find them. As long as little Nan Nan and the others weren't in danger, he wasn't worried. During this period of time, he traveled the famous mountains and rivers of East Barren and cultivated peacefully. Setting Sun Valley, an ancient saint's place of seclusion. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and nothing is left. The river flowed east and washed away the canyon. Now, Setting Sun Valley had become a swamp, and the last trace of the ancient saint had disappeared. Yi Fan stood at the bow of the boat and poured a cup of wine down. The river flowed rapidly, but the small boat didn't move and stayed there quietly. He looked carefully. Setting Sun Valley had long been submerged by the water. Only a few mountains were above the water surface. They were like dragons and snakes, like giant tortoises looking at the moon. It was very strange. Back then, that saint created the 12 turtle snake swords and swept across East Baron. He created a famous supreme sect, and all the sacred grounds came to congratulate him. What a pity! No matter how great an inheritance is, it will come to an end one day. It only lasted for 20,000 years, and it ended so quickly. Sigh, the 12 turtle snake swords became extinct. A world-shaking absolute art has disappeared forever. Yi Fan cultivated and wandered. He naturally wanted to pay homage to such a historical site, hoping to feel the Tao marks and mental state of the predecessors. Could the 12 turtle snake swords be related to these mountains? He looked at the remaining mountains. They were exposed on the water surface, shaped like spirit snakes and old tortoises. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the sky red. The mountains seemed to have a mind of their own, jumping in the afterglow like tortoises and snakes. Is it the mountains, the water, or my heart? Yi Fan calmed his heart and focused his mind. He spread his divine sense towards the Snake Ridge and Tortoise Mountain. In that instant, the mountains, valleys, earth, and surging rivers all rang out, releasing a sound like that of a great bell. The spiritual imprints of the predecessors had existed for endless ages, never fading. At this moment, they were activated by him, all of them resonating, as if over 100 great bells were shaking. The river water overflowed, sweeping into the heavens. The cliffs reached the heavens, rumbling as they swayed. All types of holy light flickered, illuminating the entire world, making one couldn't help but bow down in worship. At first, Yi Fan thought that it was the mark of the ancient sage, and that it might have triggered the 12 turtle snake swords. However, he quickly rejected this idea. This was the resonance of close to 100 types of imprints and not a single powerful mark of Tao. Soon he knew what was going on. Someone had come here to pay homage just like him, leaving behind a fragment of his spirit and branding it between the cliffs. A rare lost art has truly disappeared in the ancient times. So many people have come to search for it, but they all sighed in vain. Half a month later, Yi Fan had long since crossed into the distance, arriving in a great wasteland. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of li, only ancient trees and the roars of beasts. The tomb of the fallen king was a land of bloodshed. Not a single blade of grass grew on the barren mountains, and even birds didn't land. It was incomparably silent, without a trace of wind. This was truly a barren land. The mountains were red, as if dyed red by blood. No one knew how much time had passed, but it was still so bleak. In the distance, the great wasteland was lush with plants. Only this place was like an isolated island without any signs of life. It was said that this was the place where a divine king had fallen. His strength was heaven-defying, invincible, and he had reached the saint realm. It could be said that in that era, a divine body of the eastern wasteland who had reached the saint realm was extremely terrifying. He was invincible in the world, and no one could match him. This matchless divine king had a good relationship with the first Yuan Taoist master. They entered their later years together, and something ominous happened to the first ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage. All sorts of terrifying and mysterious things happened one after another. In the end, the divine king of the eastern wasteland brought the first ancestor of the heavens' origin to this great wasteland. They lived in seclusion together in their later years, preparing to resist all sorts of terrifying things. However, no matter how powerful the invincible divine king was, he couldn't change anything. After living in seclusion for half a year, a great battle that shook the entire eastern wasteland took place. The outside world didn't know the details, but on that day, they saw a bloody light shoot into the sky, as well as the Eastern Wasteland Divine Body's most powerful arcane technique. It overturned the heavens and the earth, and a bloody light flooded the entire Great Wasteland. The most ancient living fossils in the Eastern Wasteland all sensed the terrifying aura, and they were all shocked to the extreme. After the battle, people rushed here. The blood of the invincible Divine King dyed the earth red. Both he and the first ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master had died, and not even their corpses were left. The tomb of the fallen king could be said to have been dyed red by the blood of an invincible Divine King in ancient times. It had submerged the Great Wasteland, and it contained the blood of a deity that hadn't faded since ancient times. The first ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage and such an invincible hero fought the ominous together in their later years, but they both died with grievances. How terrifying! Yi Fan was deep in thought, and his heart was not at peace. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were really difficult to pass. It was a great calamity, and he didn't know how to face it in the future. That is. Suddenly he was shocked. He saw a figure standing on the bloody tomb. The figure was dressed in gray, and he disappeared in a flash. He was so fast that even Yi Fan's divine eyes couldn't see him clearly, and he couldn't keep up with his speed. It was too fast. Yi Fan was too far away, and he felt that the figure was a little familiar. Then, his heart suddenly trembled, and he revealed a look of disbelief. He used the line formula and chased after him. However, when he came close, he was already nowhere to be seen. According to that speed, it was possible that he was 800 or 900 miles away, and it was impossible to catch up. "Senior Divine King," he shouted, and the whole Great Wasteland rumbled, but there was no response. Yi Fan felt that he saw the peerless Divine King Jianghu, who had disappeared for many years, the white-robed king who had been a hero for a lifetime of bitterness. It really looks like him? He couldn't be sure, but he felt that there was a 60% chance that he was right. His heart was extremely shaken. The peerless Divine King didn't die. He survived, so he must have broken through by now. Yi Fan was excited, but he also sighed for the Divine King's life experience. The ancient ancestral kings were about to be born one after another, and the return of the Divine King made Yi Fan extremely excited. In the future, if they were to fight against the ancient creatures, he would be an invincible force. He was so emotional that he wanted to die for the woman he loved, and he cut off the Divine King's source, but in the end, he was reborn. How strong would such a person be? Yi Fan didn't know. He cut off the Divine King's source without any reluctance, saved little Tingting, and returned to Immortal. Perhaps no Divine King in history would be willing to do this. The Divine King shed all of his divine blood for me and exhausted his source for little Tingting. In the end, he went far away, wanting to be buried with Fairy Rosy Cloud in the forest. He survived in such a situation. Yi Fan lingered here for a long time, comprehending the traces left behind by the ancient saints. After cultivating for half a month, he got up, but he didn't see Jianghu return. He was very regretful. If the Saint Physique Yi Fan dares to appear, we will cut off his 3 souls and 7 spirits, and he will never be able to reincarnate. These were the words of the Wang family, and their words resounded throughout the Eastern Barren territory. With my son Wang Ting here, he will never have a chance to rise up. Even if he has a saint physique and has cultivated it to great success, he can only be killed and become a pile of bones by the side of the road. Wang Ting's father was very high profile. He personally stood out and said, "If he dares to appear, we will kill him." In the boundless Eastern Barren territory, undercurrents were surging. Yi Fan returned from cultivating in the great mountains and rivers, so he naturally heard these words. He didn't attack the Wang family's businesses again because he believed that the other party had already prepared an inescapable net. "Wang family, if you all want to die, then you can all come to the Eastern Barren territory. I will kill you all one by one." These were the words Yi Fan spoke after returning. He also appeared in the central region. At the same time, an extremely bad signal appeared in the Eastern Barren territory. An archaic creature appeared from the north, traveling through the great mountains and rivers. Saint Physique? What a joke! In front of my clan, all physiques are clay chickens and pottery dogs. They can't even take a single blow. The first archaic king race youth appeared and released these words. This was a powerful ancient creature that broke through divine origin. Even though he was young, he made others feel restraining fear. There were people who saw North Emperor Teng walking together with him, personally accompanying him. Brother Wang, I will help you deal with this so-called saint physique. If my clan wants to kill someone, no one in the heavens above or earth below can stop us. A young archaic king race youth spoke. He had a head of purple hair and his eyes were fierce. He was arrogant and cold. Your sacred prince is acquainted with him. If you do this, won't it lead to internal strife within the archaic races? Emperor of Fighting has long passed away in meditation during the archaic years. What prince is he now? If he isn't a match for our king race's descendant, then he is nothing more than a sacred ape. That young archaic king race youth laughed coldly. As long as Yi Fan can be found, a single finger from me is enough to crush him to death. Wang Ting said indifferently. Northern region, within an ancient mountain range, within a grand underground ancient watchtower, two individuals sat across from each other, discussing like this. No harm. It isn't impossible to find him. My clan's ancestral king refined a divine lake when he was young. It has endless wondrous uses. Now, it is placed in the depths of the ancient cave. If you and I work together to activate it, we should be able to find his traces, said the young archaic king race youth. Within an enormous cave, one or two enormous pieces of divine source could be seen from time to time. There were powerful ancient creatures sealed within them that were rising and falling. It was incomparably terrifying. They walked into the depths and saw a small lake that was 10 zhang in circumference. It was a faint golden color that flowed with bewitching radiance. When the two of them worked together to activate it, it immediately released woo-woo sounds. Then, the faint golden lake rippled with light, and then it began to quickly tremble. Then, it became as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the mountains and rivers of the great earth. Think of that person's appearance in your heart and recite his name. The young archaic king race youth reminded. Wang Ting released a low shout. The 9 dragons, 9 phoenixes, 9 tigers, and 9 black tortoises rushed out together, submerging the ancient cave. Light shone resplendently, and just like the central great emperor, he was surrounded by 4 types of immortal essence. While the faint golden divine lake released a sound, and water light flowed about. A mountain range appeared, towering and majestic. A figure stood on top of a precipice. It was precisely Yi Fan. Swoosh! Suddenly Yi Fan turned around. His gaze seemed to pierce through the divine lake, and all of the scenes immediately shattered. He has a secret treasure on him that can stop us from searching. However, this is enough. He came to the northern region. I've been to that place before. The archaic king race youth sneered. I'm going to kill him right now. Wang Ting immediately stood up. Chapter 666. This person had purple hair and was tall and handsome, no different from a human male. One look and one could tell he was a descendant of an ancient king with the purest bloodline. He was very calm and stretched out his hand to stop Wang Ting. He's only at the first level of Immortal Foundation. To us, he's just an ant. Killing him would dirty our hands. It's enough to send 1 or 2 servants. Wang Ting's expression changed. After that, his eyes turned sharp as he said, I don't want any accidents to happen. Let's go personally and kill him in 1 strike. Don't worry. You can busy yourself with the marriage proposal to the Ji clan. Killing a saint physique that hasn't matured yet is insignificant. The young primordial royal family member smiled faintly and patted the North Thearcha's shoulder, stopping him once again. Wang Ting's expression was calm and he didn't say anything more. He stood in the cave and stared at the golden lake, staring at his reflection. The young ancient noble waved his hand and 2 bolts of purple lightning shot out from his eyes. He summoned 2 powerful ancient life forms and said, Go to the ancient mountain range of heaven capital and bring back that Saint Physique's head for me. Understood. The 2 powerful ancient creatures accepted the order. They walked out, leaving this ancient cave. What's wrong with the king? His personality is different from usual, it seems like. One of the ancient living beings said carefully. Seems like he's too arrogant? The other ancient living being said coldly, "You've followed the master for so long. Can't you even see this? The king is doing this on purpose to stop Wang Teng and not let him participate. Young master wants to take the myriad chi cauldron and all the other divine items on the saint physique? Is there even a need to say it? The king needs to prepare for the items to prove his Tao. Everything on the saint physique is perfect. He was born to be a wedding dress for the young master." The heavenly capital mountain range was one of the more ancient regions in the northern region. Many of the mountain ranges were broken and there were countless deep chasms. It was a very desolate scene. Yi Fan flew up into the clouds and looked down from a high enough altitude. He saw that the huge canyons on the ground were actually sword marks. Those deep chasms were actually finger marks. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. A rift that was hundreds of thousands of meters long had actually been created by a strike, and it was impossible to see it from the ground. Just how powerful of an existence was it that created all of this? Broken mountains, deep valleys, all of this was incomparably ancient. Sensing this type of aura, it was definitely something done during the archaic times, not something created by the human race at all. It was definitely an incomparably ancient battlefield remains. I'm close to the northern region again. This place was at the border between the central and northern territories, and it inherited the characteristics of a barren land that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. There wasn't a single plant life here, and it was completely bare. Yi Fan wandered aimlessly on the road. He only wanted to cultivate his body and raise his cultivation base. Unknowingly, he had crossed over to this place. My heart is tied to the northern region. I miss the little darling, and I'm worried about Wu Shi's inheritance. This is most likely a reflection of my heart, he muttered to himself. His instincts coming to the north were most likely related to this. Suddenly, a door appeared in the air above one of the mountains. Violet light flickered, and two powerful Archean beings stepped out. Instantly, they saw Yi Fan on the other side of the cliff. Human saint body. The two ancient beings roared. They actually understood the human language and were about to be born soon. They had long made their preparations to enter the mortal world. Which ancient mountain did you guys come from? Was it the nest of 10,000 dragons, the absolute beginning forbidden region, or the Violet Mountain? Yi Fan was very calm. He frowned as he asked. We come from the Valley of Divinity, one of the origins of the strongest royal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms. Human saint body, if you know what's good for you, hand over your cauldron and all the treasures you have on you. Yi Fan laughed. Such words coming from the mouth of an ancient being made him feel extremely strange. He replied, Are you guys trying to rob me? You're right, we still need to borrow your head. Another ancient being stepped out. This race that came from the ancient immortal realms were all extremely majestic. If they weren't a pure royal race, their bodies were covered in scales and they had humanoid forms. Other than that, they also had some divine wings or horns. These two ancient beings were all extraordinary. They surpassed the half-step supreme existences and took the crucial step, entering the second level of immortal foundation. Their bravery was extraordinary. Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He smiled, You guys came at the right time. I came to the northern region precisely because I wanted to capture two ancient beings to help me translate the immortal teardrop green golden book. Ignorant humans, boasting shamelessly. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, you guys were merely food for the royal races. We were existences at the very peak of the pyramid. In the past, even the sages of your human race had no way to dominate the world. They were suppressed by the ancestral kings of the various races, becoming the lowest of the 10,000 races. The two ancient beings were extremely arrogant, completely not placing the human race in their eyes. They had a disdainful look on their faces as they stared at Yi Fan with disdain. What a pity! You said that the lowest of the human race became the masters of this world while you guys struggled for the sake of the death calamity for the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. Yi Fan shook his head. That's because we slumbered. Now, the strongest races have all awakened and returned. The glory of the upper echelons will appear once more. The two ancient beings yearned for the glorious past and were incomparably nostalgic. one of them coldly said. The so-called Saint Physique has never been heard of in the supreme ancient immortal realms. You two slaves, why are you talking about the glorious past? But today the world has changed. You guys can't do it anymore. Come over and translate the ancient scriptures for me. Yi Fan waved his hand at them in a casual manner. Let me taste the taste of Saint Blood. After that, I'll take your head and report back. One of the ancient beings roared. It actually grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Purple scales flickered as it rushed over. Boom! The stone mountain below Yi Fan's feet immediately shattered, filling the air with dust. The aura of the ancient beings was so powerful, containing boundless bravery. Just the fluctuations alone were enough to shatter the ancient land. Yi Fan left behind an afterimage, evading the shocking attack of the 3-headed 6-armed creature. A terrifying black hole appeared there as the 6 violet hands crushed that place. So powerful! He shivered inwardly. He produced a head-sized divine source. There were millions of symbols carved on it, densely packed together. As soon as it appeared, it illuminated heaven and earth, making it impossible to look straight at it. Collect it for me. On the side, another archaic creature roared. It opened its mouth and spat out an exquisite pagoda. It was golden in color, as if it was a holy object that could suppress a great world. Several strands of primal chaos energy flowed from it. Yi Fan was shocked. This exquisite pagoda sucked in the divine source piece, not allowing it to erupt. Everything calmed down without the slightest fluctuation. This piece of divine source was densely covered in millions of heavenly origin patterns, enough to flatten a range of 100 li. However, it was sucked in by a golden ancient pagoda. It truly was a bit terrifying. You killed Wang Ting's uncle with this. Did you think we wouldn't be on guard? This is a forbidden artifact produced according to my clan's ancestral king weapon. Hand over your life. The golden exquisite pagoda descended, pressing down like a mountain. It froze time and space, solidifying eternity. Everything became still as if it was going to swallow Yi Fan. Yi Fan released a long shout. His body turned into a stream of flowing light as he rushed out with the travel symbol art. He almost froze in that space-time. Everything behind him was quiet. The shattered void and flying rocks were all moving slowly. What a terrifying forbidden artifact. His heart couldn't help but sink. This was just an imitation of his clan's ancestral king weapon, yet it possessed such great power. If the real golden pagoda descended, what kind of power would it have? However, he wasn't too worried. The so-called forbidden artifact could only be used a few times. After a long time, it would automatically shatter and no longer exist. Divine body, offer up your head. That 3-headed 6-armed purple creature pounced over again. Its 6 hands moved at the same time, as if 6 worlds were rotating, shattering the void and pressing down on Yi Fan. The divine origin block you inscribed is useless. Just wait for your death. Less nonsense. Yi Fan retreated, evading the sharpness. He was wary of the other ancient creature that wielded the exquisite pagoda. Everyone says that the divine body is unrivaled. Why are you so timid before me? The 3-headed 6-armed creature mocked. It left behind an afterimage at its original location and appeared before Qin Wenin like a beam of purple light. Bang! Yi Fan activated the Man-King imprint with the Battle Saint art. It was like an ancient emperor had been revived. At the same time, he manifested the Taiji symbol as a golden circle moved with him, directly blasting out. The 3-headed 6-armed ancient creature was shocked. A human who had just stepped into the first layer of Immortal Foundation actually managed to block its attack. Although his opponent was flung far away, he wasn't seriously injured. Yi Fan shuddered. In the end, his cultivation base was still too low and wasn't strong enough to compete against supreme existences. There was no one who could surpass the 8 forbidden domains. I want to fight against your fleshly body. You don't dare? The 3-headed 6-armed ancient creature provoked. Then why don't you give it a try? Yi Fan raised his hands and feet, opening and closing, pressing forward. Bzz. A cruel smile appeared on the three-headed, six-armed ancient creature's face. He suddenly activated a towering amount of energy and attacked over instead of fighting with his fleshly body. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. Another divine origin block flew out, containing 1,000,000 runes that fluctuated like the sea. It blocked in front of him and directly erupted forth. The ancient creature was shocked and hurriedly retreated. On the other side, the ancient creature wielding the exquisite pagoda once again took out a forbidden weapon. Bizazi! The void trembled. All of the divine light in the sky was devoured. This golden ancient pagoda was extremely mysterious. It sucked in the millions of symbols that were engraved in the void, as if it had flattened the void. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out from the golden pagoda as a crack appeared on its surface. Although it was very small, it was clearly visible. Yi Fan calmed down. In the end, a forbidden weapon was still a forbidden weapon. No matter how terrifying it was, it couldn't truly be used. He believed that this pagoda would shatter after a few exchanges. The pagoda you all rely on cannot suppress me. Human brat, with just this bit of skill, I don't even need to use anything to kill you. The three-headed, six-armed creature rushed over. However, he was also quite careful, on guard against the divine origin block he brought out. The other ancient creature also rushed over, but he didn't dare to rashly use the golden pagoda. If he couldn't kill him in a single strike, he feared that he would lose a forbidden weapon for no reason. Then I'll just send you on your way. Yi Fan released a long roar, his voice connecting the heavens and moving the earth. This ancient battlefield actually began to sway, releasing endless divine light. Origin technique. The two ancient creatures shivered inwardly. They had long learned that he grasped a strange technique that didn't exist before the archaic era. It was established by the later human race that could borrow the power of the origin vein. The origin vein in this place has been dug out since the archaic era. How can it still be used? The two ancient creatures had a bad feeling. Unless the primordial creature king that surpassed the divine master level comes out, I will kill whoever comes. Yi Fan was very confident. Not long ago, he was infinitely close to becoming an Earth origin master. His origin technique naturally reached a higher level. In this north region, there were too many places where he could borrow the power of the origin vein. One could say that in a place with endless divine origin, he could fight any divine master. In the north, he had absolute fighting power. If he was in the absolute beginning forbidden zone or somewhere like the Purple Mountain, he would be even stronger. The north region was his main battlefield. This was the reason why Yi Fan dared to come back alone. The battle was very intense. The two ancient creatures didn't know the secrets of the origin technique at all. They were so suppressed that they couldn't fight back. After using the forbidden weapon many times, it finally shattered. In the Valley of Gods, in front of the small golden lake below the ground, the young primordial royalty and the north the arch used their magic power. The lake finally reflected Yi Fan's figure. Bang! They saw a strong and domineering foot that seemed to step out of the lake. It was sharp and terrifying. The void shattered and turned into a black hole. Yi Fan stepped on the chest of the three-headed, six-armed ancient creature and made him fall to the ground. Dust rose up. The ancient creature was exhaling more than he was inhaling. At the same time, Yi Fan released a great roar. The remaining origin veins underground surged, and all of the essence energy and rule power merged with Yi Fan. He reached out a large golden hand, striking another ancient creature until it spat out large mouthfuls of blood and collapsed into the dust. Damn it! In the Valley of Gods, the young primordial royalty's purple hair stood up. His eyes were purple and terrifying. He shattered the stone chair next to him. Another origin technique, in the north region, he won't be weaker than anyone. Wang Ting frowned. When Yi Fan used the deity striking whip, the golden lake flickered, and everything disappeared. In the real heaven capital ancient mountain range, Yi Fan used the deity striking whip to interrogate the two ancient creatures. He kept crushing their consciousnesses and erasing their will. You only have one chance. If you don't want to die, translate this ancient scripture for me. The two ancient creatures would rather die than submit. They didn't speak at all. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He used the deity-striking whip to grind their consciousnesses. Ah! The two ancient creatures screamed. They couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan looked at the horizon and flew away with the two captives, disappearing into the Heaven Capital mountain range. 8 days later, the two ancient creatures surrendered even if they wanted to die. Yi Fan locked them up in different caves to help him translate the Immortal Tier Green Golden Book. This green golden tome came from a crow's nest in the Immortal Graveyard. It was hidden under a golden crow's egg and obtained by Yi Fan. It felt hot every time he held it in his hand. The Immortal Tier Green Golden Tome was a creature exclusive to the Great Emperor. It was priceless in this world, so a scripture carved from it was incomparably important. If the scripture you translate is different, I'll kill both of you. There are many ancient creatures anyway, so I won't have to worry about not being able to find you. Yi Fan warned. This is... When the two ancient creatures obtained the copied scripture, they stared at the scripture written in the primordial divine language. Their expressions changed and they couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 667. An Immortal Tier Green Gold book had been washed clean of its divine splendor, only leaving behind mottled green embroidery. There was not a trace of divine power fluctuations, only simple and unadorned. It should have been a creature exclusive to the Great Emperor. The green gold divine light rushed into the heavens, but after the precipitation of time and the tempering of wind and frost, it now looked ordinary like a broken piece of copper. Yi Fan held it in his hand. A kind of warmth seeped through his fingers, as if a furnace was burning. He didn't understand divine characters, so he could only guess and observe the expressions of the two ancient creatures. In the two ancient caves, the fingers of the two creatures covered in purple scales were trembling. They couldn't see each other to avoid colluding, but they had the same mood. From the Ziwei Ancient Star Field, as expected, the human race came from the Ziwei Ancient Star Field. An archaic creature's voice was trembling. He held the beast skin scroll he had copied, and his expression was extremely excited. Even his fingers were trembling. What did you say? Yi Fan immediately appeared in the ancient cave, grabbed his majestic shoulder, and asked in a loud voice. The first line clearly states the origin. It is the human race's ancient emperor scripture from the Ziwei Star Field. The archaic creature's face was full of shock as he forcefully grabbed the beast skin scroll. In this world, the human race appeared much later than the 10,000 races. It was rumored that in the archaic years, a group of humans came from the outer realms, and from then on, there was one more race. This was shocking news. The humans came from the Ziwei Ancient Star Field, crossing the dark and cold cosmos to come here. They didn't originate from here. In the other ancient cave, the ancient creature was also shocked. He felt that it was unimaginable. The weak races in his eyes could actually travel across star fields on a large scale. In the archaic years, the most powerful race among the 10,000 races, some ancient kings brought their descendants and left this ancient star. Their whereabouts are unknown. The two ancient creatures thought back to the great calamity of the archaic era and the migration of some archaic royal races. Their hearts trembled. How many ancient stars in the vast starry skies still had life? Sun Scripture. This is the legendary Sun Scripture. Not long after, the two ancient creatures cried out one after the other, both incomparably excited. In the archaic years, the human race had two great ancient scriptures. One was the Great Yin, the other the Great Yang. Their names shook the 10,000 races, and their mysteries were unfathomable. Even though the human race as a whole was relatively weak among all living creatures, they did not lack the most powerful individuals. Even the archaic kings were extremely fearful of them, and all of this stemmed from the two ancient scriptures. A few archaic ancestral kings wanted to take a look, yet they couldn't, feeling incomparably regretful. Now that the Great Yang scripture landed in their hands, how could they remain calm? If we offer it to our clan's ancestral king, he will definitely be overjoyed and bestow boundless rewards. Unfortunately, they could only think about it. The Sun Sutra. Yi Fan had a premonition long ago. He had already deduced that the divine characters inscribed with Immortal Tier's green gold would appear in the golden crow's nest and be scalding hot to the touch. Back then, a great devil appeared in the human race. He bitterly cultivated the great yin and great yang, wishing to merge them together, provoking endless calamities on the great earth. There were even archaic ancestral kings who died because of this. Only after great difficulty were he suppressed by the ancient kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons. When Yi Fan heard an ancient creature say this, he immediately wanted to beat the archaic saint in the cauldron. It was definitely that shriveled elder who wore beast skin clothes and held a bone club in his hands. Even archaic ancestral kings were killed. His mind was jumping. If he revived and released, there might be a tremendous upheaval. This is a damaged scripture, not complete. An ancient creature said. Yi Fan sighed. He already knew that this was just a piece of green copper. Even though the divine characters were densely packed, how could an entire ancient scripture be engraved on it? It was destined to only be a single scroll. Obediently translate it for me. If your translations are different in any way, then both of you can just die. He warned again. He feared that these two ancient creatures were deceiving him. After all, this scripture was too important. It was the human race's unmatched divine object, and it came from ancient Ziwei star domain. Only after 6 whole hours did the two ancient creatures finish. It was clear that they were comprehending the scripture, or else they wouldn't have used up so much time. Are you trying to silence us? One of the ancient creatures asked. He knew that once the scripture was revealed, they would definitely die. I will give you all a quick death and end that inhumane torture. Yi Fan said straightforwardly. But we want to live. An ancient creature's eyes flickered. Yi Fan frowned, fearing that they would destroy the translation. It's not like there's no way to live. In a bit, I'll erase your memories, but out of your contributions in translating the ancient scripture, I'll spare your lives. Fine, it's a deal. The two ancient creatures handed over a translation one after another. Yi Fan didn't say anything and silently read it. Great waves immediately rose within him, and soon after, he became incomparably disappointed. He sighed and said, Great Yang scripture transforming into a tornado. He already had the Supreme Emperor scripture transforming into a tornado, and it was the most powerful scripture. What he needed now was the Immortal Foundation's Secret Realms ancient scripture. Everything else wasn't that urgent for him. Actually, there's also an Immortal Foundation scripture. The Immortal Tier's green gold tome has scriptures on both sides, and there's a total of 2 Secret Realms cultivation arts recorded within. An ancient creature carefully explained. When Yi Fan heard this, a surge of energy gushed out from his chest as he felt a surge of excitement. Now that he had stepped into the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, what he lacked the most was a corresponding cultivation art. What was the Great Yang scripture? It was the most ancient scripture of the human race. Wu Shi, Heng Yu, and the other human emperors had all referred to it before when they created the ancient scriptures. It had an irreplaceable status. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, whether the sun or the moon was stronger, had always been a hot topic of discussion. This caused many ancient ancestor kings to covet it, but they had no way to obtain it. Yi Fan quickly scanned through the 2 translations and carefully compared them. He found that there was no contradiction. The only differences were the words used, but the meaning was the same. Great Yang scripture. Yi Fan spat out these 4 words in a heavy tone, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. Just earlier, he was already clear that cultivating the Immortal Foundation scripture was the best choice. The Great Yang Heart scripture could allow one's divine sense to be incomparably strong, like a sun, unrivaled in radiance. Cultivating the scripture, transforming one's divine sense into the sun, cleansing all mortal qi, refining true yang, seizing good fortune. Yi Fan sealed the 2 ancient life forms and sat cross-legged on the rock, silently comprehending. In the center of his brows, a divine light shot up, drawing in the sun essence. When cultivating divine sense, many people would draw in the sun essence to refine their sea of consciousness, all for the sake of cleansing all mortal qi, becoming a pure divine sense without any impurities. After Yi Fan obtained the Great Yang scripture, he saved himself a lot of hard work. If he cultivated according to this scripture, it would definitely be far more suitable compared to other scriptures. When heaven-defying demon-level characters underwent their tribulations, they would spit out lightning, cleansing their divine sense. This was also for the sake of cleansing all mortal chi, transforming it into a flawless divine sense, becoming as resplendent as the sun. The golden lake in Yi Fan's hand was as resplendent as the sun, radiating boundless divine light that connected with the sun essence. The temperature was so high that it was terrifying. His divine sense was originally already incomparably powerful. Now that he cultivated this scripture, it could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. All sorts of chaotic energies were gathered together, causing his divine sense to grow much stronger. Oh yeah, the Immortal Foundation's secret realm is truly the most mysterious. Just the first level of divine sense would allow me to open up all the immortal treasures in my body. Yi Fan cultivated as he comprehended. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he circulated the ancient scripture unhurriedly as the center of his brows grew increasingly resplendent. At the first level of Immortal Foundation, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort because his divine sense was already strong enough. 1 day, 2 days, time passed very quickly, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Bzzz. A buzzing sound rang out. Yi Fan's body was like an immortal sword humming. After that, a small golden sun shot out from his Immortal Foundation, illuminating the entire ancient mountain range. The Sun Sutra cleansed this golden divine sense like it was sharpening the edge of a blade, causing its fluctuations to grow even stronger. The small golden sun rapidly changed its form. First, it transformed into a small golden cauldron, after that, it transformed into a small pagoda, and after that, it transformed into a small golden bell, and finally, it transformed into a human that looked exactly the same as him. Finally, the tiny golden human flew up into the clouds and breathed out the sun essence. The two of them seemed to be connected together, illuminating the entire area. Boom! As Yi Fan circulated the ancient scripture, the tiny golden human in the clouds grew increasingly stronger. Every mouthful of the sun essence was swallowed by him, and he was like a bottomless pit, causing the surrounding area to turn dark. This was a terrifying scene. He breathed out the sun essence, causing the entire world to sink into darkness. He unceasingly tempered his sea of consciousness, breaking through the shackles. Boom! A bolt of solar lightning suddenly appeared, shooting over from the divine sun far away. Even though it was in the air, it already turned the entire mountain range below into ashes. Heavenly tribulation? Yi Fan was startled. It was too sudden. There was no warning at all, and the true solar tribulation suddenly descended. It was inconceivably fast as it struck his body. At the same time, the tiny golden human in the clouds was also submerged. Endless golden divine lightning shot out from the center of the sun, blazing and intense. At the same time, 3 human-shaped lightning condensed in the nothingness. They pressed forward step by step, emitting powerful fluctuations. Yi Fan soared into the sky and quickly merged with the tiny golden human. Together, they faced this sudden tribulation. No one was prepared for this. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The true power of the sun flowed from all directions, burying Yi Fan underneath and refining his body and spirit. This time, the heavenly tribulation is a little different. Although it is very powerful, it is not to destroy me. He didn't understand, and doubts arose in his heart. All the true power of the sun seemed to be forging his immortal body and golden divine sense, and not to destroy them. Suddenly he understood. This time, there were still 3 human-shaped lightning, but they were much gentler. Using the true power of the sun to refine his body and spirit, the benefits were far greater than the harm. Every layer of Immortal Foundation is comparable to a great secret realm. Each human-shaped lightning corresponds to a minor realm. Last time, I experienced it 3 times, and passed 3 minor realms. He instantly understood. It was only because he didn't have the corresponding ancient scriptures last time that he didn't circulate his powerful divine sense. This time, it was truly manifested. His divine sense was already strong enough. As long as he circulated the corresponding ancient scriptures, he could immediately break through to the corresponding realm. Yi Fan understood that he had already passed the initial stage of the first layer of Immortal Foundation. With the help of the Sun Scripture, this time's heavenly tribulation only made it complete. As expected, this time, the human-shaped lightning was only refining his body and spirit. It didn't exceed the level of the previous tribulation, allowing him to completely break through the 3 minor realms of the initial stage of the first layer of Immortal Foundation. When the various types of tribulation lightning disappeared, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the air with a solemn expression. Runes appeared one after another, covering his body and imprinting themselves. Moreover, the tiny golden human in the center of his brows was also imprinted with all kinds of runes, as though it was wearing a divine golden robe, sacred and inviolable. The ancient Sun Emperor's Heart Sutra was cultivated so quickly. The 2 ancient beings that were left behind by Yi Fan in the lightning tribulation were filled with shock. At this moment, Yi Fan was pure and flawless. Every inch of his body seemed to be cast from divine glass. He was like a god sitting cross-legged, overflowing with light. The instant he opened his eyes, it was like 2 torches were burning. Chapter 668. The human body was like a reservoir, and cultivation was like water. Battle power was how to use this water. Yi Fan already had a certain level of cultivation in his divine senses, but he didn't have any mental cultivation before. Now that he had obtained the Sun Sutra, everything fell into place. In a month's time, he quickly created a strong martial artist, which increased his battle power greatly. Now, he had the strength to roam the north region and face all kinds of strong enemies. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the air like an indestructible golden body. Golden clouds flowed and overflowed. His entire body seemed to be made of divine gold, without a single flaw. His body shone brightly. Swoosh! With a thought, he appeared on the ground. The 2 ancient creatures trembled and said, "You said that if we translate the ancient sutra for you, you will let us go. I keep my word, but if you attack me in the future, I will still kill you." An inch-long golden sword shot out from Yi Fan's glabella and entered their heads, erasing their memories. After that, he reached out and pointed. 2 beams of golden light flew out and rushed into their bodies, undoing their restrictions. The 2 ancient creatures lost their memories, but they didn't forget that this was the saint body that the young master of the Valley of Divinities wanted to kill. They immediately glared and pounced over. "It seems like I can't wait for the future. You guys are attacking me now." Yi Fan took a step back. The golden divine sense in his glabella turned into a small cauldron and flew out. It emitted blazing divine might like a falling sun. At such a close distance, after activating the 8 forbidden domain, the cauldron formed by such a strong divine sense was almost indestructible. It smashed the 2 ancient creatures into pieces, destroying both their bodies and spirits. Yi Fan took a deep breath. The small cauldron formed by the power of all things followed the dragon's spine and entered his glabella. Whichever secret realm he cultivated in, he had to place his main weapon there. Now, the small cauldron finally entered his golden glabella. It would become his future item to prove his Tao. In this 1 month, many things happened in the outside world. The entire Eastern Baron was not peaceful. North, the Arch once again entered the Ji clan and was welcomed into the ancient Emperor Hall left behind by the Void the Arch. His ancestor also came out and personally came to talk with the Ji clan for a long time. The rumors outside said that the Ji clan might have agreed to the marriage. Someone saw Little Moon of the Ji clan being angry and grabbing an elder's beard, wanting to escape through the void. Unfortunately, she was captured and brought back, leaving the matter unsettled. There wasn't any conclusive news that came out. Wang Teng looked down on the entire Eastern Baron territory. It was rare for him to meet someone of the same generation as him. Many heroes had challenged him over the past few days, but none of them could last even 1 move. North Deity looked down on the younger generation of East Earth. Every word and action of his would attract the attention of others. There was no one who was a match for him. Wherever the golden ancient war chariot went, even the cult masters would avoid it. His future was bright and limitless. He advanced step by step on the path of a great emperor. It was incomparably sturdy. Until now, apart from the Central Emperor, no one could stop him even half a step. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the ancient imperial races and often traveled in the same war chariot. An ancient being called Jianghu came from the Valley of Gods and traveled with him. He once crushed a sect master to death with one hand. It could be said that the current Wang Ting not only suppressed the younger generation of Eastern Baron, but even the divine lords were afraid of him and didn't want to provoke him. North the Arch was like the sun in the sky. No one in Eastern Baron dared to offend him. He stood at the peak and no one could match him. His name shook the vast land. During this 1 month, Wang Teng and Jianghu used the Golden Lake in the Valley of Gods to search for Yi Fan, but it was useless. Yi Fan came out of seclusion and came to the outside world. He heard many rumors and news. The Wang clan of Northern Plains was still saying that he was useless and that he could only endure and not dare to come out. Who does Yi Fan think he is? With my cousin Wang Teng in Eastern Baron, he can only hide in a corner and never dare to come out. My cousin is called North the Arch. With him in this world, the saint physique is nothing. I regret being born in the same era. Wang Teng's clansmen all spoke up and criticized Yi Fan as worthless. They didn't treat him like a dish at all. Of course, this was all instigated by someone. The goal was simple. It was to make the young and impetuous Yi Fan unable to calm down. It would be good if he jumped out and killed him. However, if he didn't come out, it would disturb his mind and affect his Dao realm. During this month, many people were very dissatisfied. Even Pang Bo and the others in the faraway Odd Warrior Manor heard all kinds of arrogant talk. Damn it, are the younger generation of the Wang clan tired of living? Li Heishui was indignant. It doesn't matter. We are going to Eastern Baron to participate in the war. At that time, we will speak with our strength and shut some people up. Recently, the barbarian was very close to them. He waved his wolf-tooth club and said, it was said that all the great clans of the ancient times were getting restless. Endless storms gathered at the Purple Mountain, and the major forces of the human race couldn't sit still anymore. Yi Fan didn't appear for a month. Naturally, many people in Eastern Baron were talking about him. Some said that before he grew up, he should endure. Others said that the saint physique lacked an indomitable aura and didn't respond at all. They said that he should show his will. Otherwise, even if he became strong in the future, he would lack the conviction to compete with the Great Arch. When the outside world was in an uproar, a dog appeared and shouted. It wanted to take North the Arch as a human pet and asked him to kneel and accept death. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant dog. When North the Arch was at his peak, a big dog was roaring in Eastern Baron. It shocked everyone. Is this the legendary dog that deceives people? Last time, it killed 2 great elites and made North the Arch suffer a great loss in ancient Imperial Mountain. Now it jumped out again? The Black Emperor jumped out and challenged North the Arch. He ridiculed everyone in the younger generation of Wang clan, saying that they weren't even qualified to be human pets and could only be killed to be fertilizer. This big dog didn't disappoint. After 2 days of shouting, it made its move. It set up a killing formation and turned one of Wang clan's auction halls into a meat grinder. It was razed to the ground. Not a single person escaped. Because of this, the Wang clan made a big move. 4 great elites came out together to hunt down the big black dog in Eastern Baron. They wanted to cook him into a pot of dog meat and create a storm. Moreover, an elder of Wang clan attacked along the way, wanting to capture the Black Emperor and kill him halfway. The Black Emperor was very straightforward. He directly ran and didn't try to resist. It was said that someone saw it stand up on its hind legs. It wore a pair of flowery underpants and carried a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade on its back. It used an extremely fast movement technique and flung that elder of Wang clan 18 mountain ridges away. In terms of speed, it completely defeated him. Afterward, the old ancestor of the Wang family had a face full of bad luck. He ate a mouthful of dust, and all he saw was a big dog wearing flowery underpants. Its 2 hind legs were on the ground, and it farted at him 3 times before disappearing from his sight. Damn it, that dog! Everyone in Wang clan wanted to skin it alive. However, it fled faster than a rabbit, and they couldn't catch it at all. Even the divine formation that they had painstakingly laid down couldn't trap it. Now, Yi Fan doesn't dare to come out himself. He can only rely on a demonic dog to stir up trouble. The Saint Physique will never be able to catch up to the arch of my clan. He can only look up to him from a corner for the rest of his life. Yi Fan, you'd better hide far away. With my cousin here, you'll never be able to stand out. You might as well not come out for the rest of your life. The Saint Physique's only use is to be a good green leaf to set off my clan brother's invincible heroic bearing. Being born in this era is his greatest sorrow. The young disciples of Wang clan couldn't catch the Black Emperor, so they vented their anger on Yi Fan. Their words were vile, saying that he was useless and extremely disdainful and humiliating. After Yi Fan came out of seclusion, he heard these rumors along the way. He laughed, but it was a little cold. He had just broken through and needed a trial. There's no rush, I'll take my time. Along the way, he carried the god-striking whip on his back and slowly walked, pondering the Genesis technique along the way. In this land of the northern region, he could do as he pleased without fear of any expert. As long as there wasn't an ancient king that surpassed the sacred lord, he could look down on the world. An origin source master needs the recognition of heaven and earth. I need to collect the fragments of the laws contained in tens of thousands of dragon veins. Yi Fan had been thinking about how to become an origin source master, but he found that it was extremely difficult. Although he was very close, it felt like he was so far away. No wonder since ancient times, there have only been 5 Yuan Taoist masters. It's so difficult to become an origin source master. It was hard to measure how powerful the Yuan Taoist master was. In the past, all the Holy Land's faces turned green, but there was nothing they could do. Walking into the absolute beginning forbidden zone, they could see the old emperor's corpse, but the Yuan Taoist master could set up a trap there. The northern region was sparsely populated. It was often difficult to see a city within 1,000,000 miles. Not even a blade of grass grew on the barren land. 90% of the land was barren and barren. Yi Fan continued forward. With his current Genesis technique level, he could naturally see the dragon veins. He dug out several large pieces of God Source, each as big as a basin. In the process, he even alarmed a few ancient creatures. They flew out from an underground ancient dragon vein mine, but they could not do anything to Yi Fan. After all, he was not an ancient ancestor king who had awakened. Several days later, Yi Fan arrived at the divine city that he had been away from for many years. Looking up, it was as if the sky was pressing down on the ground. The majestic city was vast and boundless. The city gate could accommodate hundreds of horses side by side. As soon as he entered the holy city, he attracted the attention of some people who looked in his direction. He is Saint Physique. It's really him. The Saint Physique Yi Fan is back. Now, the Wang family is looking for him everywhere. I can't believe he actually appeared at this time without hiding. Yi Fan was recognized immediately. Back then, he had stirred up a storm here. Now that he had returned, it caused a huge uproar. He did not go to find his old friends or Miaoi and the others. Instead, he went straight to a huge gambling den. The scale of the gambling dens in the Divine City was the largest in the world. Among them, the holy level stone dens could be said to be the best in the 5 regions. The Wang family also had one. It was located in a flourishing area, and there was a powerful person overseeing it. The Saint Physique Yi Fan is back. On the entire street, everyone looked over. Then, there was an uproar. The stone gambling battle back then was still unforgettable. It had caused people to go crazy. Now, his situation was not very advantageous, but he dared to come back so openly. He must be fearless. Does he want to fight against the North the Arch? He's going straight to the Wang family's stone gambling den. This is going to be lively. I can predict that there will be a shocking commotion today. If the Saint Physique doesn't die, then the Wang family will be uprooted in the Divine City. In the city, many people had received the news. Tens of thousands of people turned out and rushed over. Many people greeted Yi Fan. Back then, the great stone gambling battle had stirred up a huge commotion. Many people recognized him, and there were even more who had invited him to drink. Yi Fan's steps were calm. His speed was neither fast nor slow. When his footsteps landed on the ground, there was a special rhythm. It was like a heavenly drum that shook people's hearts. This was a terrifying rhythm. As expected, he is heading for the Wang family's stone square. Everyone knew that there was no way things would end peacefully today. There would be a collision like a comet crashing into the earth. He didn't hide it and came openly. Is he going to openly fight and trample on the Wang family's face? A few people who wished for the world to be in chaos were incomparably excited. Not long ago, the Wang family had been domineering the world. If their foundation in the divine city was uprooted now, it would definitely be shocking. It was the same as slapping the face of the most terrifying power in the north. Chapter 669. However, can he really deal with Wang family? There were some who suspected that Yi Fan coming to Divine City alone to deal with a deeply rooted Desolate Era family was a bit too weak. The stone workshop was Northern Plains Wang family's pillar industry in the eastern wasteland. At this moment, it was absolutely silent. All of the stone gamblers ran away. There was a great battle going on here, and they didn't want to get involved. The streets were packed densely with figures everywhere. However, not a single person approached, all of them quietly watching from the distance. Wang family received a report, knowing that Yi Fan had arrived. Everyone moved, laying down an ancient killing formation to trap this region, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. This stone workshop occupied an extremely large area, just like a palace. It was grand and majestic, and the courtyard was lush with plants and verdant vines. The scenery was extraordinary. Yi Fan stood alone outside the majestic building, facing this vast stone workshop. His expression was solemn, without a trace of a smile, nor the slightest bit of anger. He was indifferent and calm. Holy body, you really are daring, truly daring to come here. Do you want to die? Wang family's youngsters clamored. During these past few days, they had long become accustomed to making noise under orders. Now, they opened their mouths, as if they truly didn't place Yi Fan in their eyes. The stone workshop was extremely important. This was an inexhaustible treasury, able to earn large amounts of resources every day, so there were naturally powerful figures overseeing it. Moreover, 3 of them walked out at once, standing side by side in front of the palace. All of their expressions were cold as they stared rigidly at Yi Fan. Is Wang Ting here? Yi Fan opened his mouth, loudly asking, "What kind of person is my cousin?" Each and every move he makes will stir up winds and clouds, drawing attention from all sides, triggering the great powers of the world. Do you think any random Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to see him? A young male spoke rather harshly as he stood in front of the palace. Are you courting death? Forget about 3 powerful figures. If I wanted to kill you, not even 10 powerful figures could save your life. Ah! Wang family's disciples all laughed loudly, completely unrestrained and unrestrained. None of them believed him. They already laid down an ancient formation. Even if the Holy Lords came, it would be useless. They were going to be trapped and killed, so they had nothing to fear. I'll stretch out my neck and wait for you to kill me. But can you do it? Will you be able to come back alive? So what if you have a divine body? You were born in the same era as my cousin. You were born to be trampled to death. You can't even be considered a supporting character. Several young disciples roared with laughter, all of them speaking provocatively, not caring about Yi Fan's arrival at all, not taking him seriously at all. Chi! Yi Fan extended a finger and thrust it into the ground. As if a dragon had been awakened, the ground rumbled and shook as endless Genesis chi boiled. Pooh! A beam of divine light shot out from the ground, and the arrogant young man in front of the palace let out a miserable scream. The top of his head was torn open, and Genesis chi rushed out. His body twisted and turned as he was sent flying, dying on the spot. You don't know the difference between life and death. I'll send you all on your way. Yi Fan was indifferent. What's going on? We set up a killing formation that can block all Genesis techniques, so why did it still charge in? A disciple was terrified. Quick, stop him. Don't let him use a Genesis technique. Someone shouted in horror. Bang! Yi Fan only took 1 step forward, and the ground trembled. Another beam of Genesis Chi flew out from the ground, as if it was an eternal light that illuminated all things. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. The young man who had shouted fiercely just now was set ablaze and quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Set up the formation, an expert shouted. A corner of the formation in the depths of the palace floated up and down, appearing in the sky above the entire palace. It emitted a strange undulation that froze the entire area. Ah! 5 miserable screams rang out in succession. Another 5 people had died, killed by Genesis techniques. The young people of the royal family were terrified, and they kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say another word. They were almost scared out of their wits, and some of them were even trembling. Suppress! An expert from the Wang family shouted. The formation descended, and at this point, Yi Fan's Genesis technique was blocked, unable to pass through. One of the experts stepped forward and said in a low voice, "The ancient formation has already been completed. Although it has not been used, it can still stabilize the Genesis Chi." "But how can you use Genesis Chi?" "Don't compare me to other Genesis arts masters," Yi Fan replied, sweeping his gaze over to those young people earlier. His gaze was cold, causing the hearts of these people to pound violently. No matter how many methods you have, in front of absolute combat strength, everything is useless. A supreme expert spoke as he flew out. The other 2 also stepped out of the ancient formation, pressing forward. "Scram for me!" Yi Fan sent out a palm strike in the air, clashing with that powerful being's magical force. With a honglong sound, they actually clashed head-on, sending that Wang family expert flying back. He let out a strange cry. 8 Forbidden Domain! Everyone exclaimed in shock. But even if he has the 8 Forbidden Domain, he should still be at the mid-phase of the first level of Immortal Foundation. If not, how can he fight against a supreme expert? Many people had strange expressions on their faces. They knew that the saint physique had broken through. Such speed was truly terrifying. The other 2 supreme experts had deep cultivation bases, surpassing that supreme expert earlier. They flew over with heavy expressions, wanting to suppress the saint physique together. "Scram for me as well." Yi Fan stood there. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a few pieces of divine essence. They resembled command flags as they flew towards different locations, blocking the entrance of the ancient palace. 1,000,000 runes flashed, imprinting themselves in the air. Genesis Chi surged, the path of the 2 supreme experts was blocked. They couldn't advance, and every step they took required a great deal of strength. Both of them were bewildered. "Activate the ancient diagram," one of them instructed. The diagram in the air rapidly transformed as a king aura gushed forth. Boundless runes flickered, transforming into corporeal forms as they imprinted themselves in the air. The entire majestic building was protected within. The 2 supreme experts took this opportunity to rush out, wanting to get closer to Yi Fan. "Chi! Yi Fan flicked his fingers unceasingly, causing fist-sized divine essence to fly out one after another. All of them landed outside the ancient palace, surrounding it. At the same time, he continued to attack, blasting runes after runes into the air. Looking from afar, there were many sparkling things in the air above the stone square. They were all runes that seemed to be cast from molten iron, flickering with light. "Your Genesis technique has long been known by others. It's useless to use it against us," one of the supreme experts said. The ancient martial diagram was a Dao rune carved by the predecessors. Not only could it kill enemies, but it could also break the power of heaven and earth. It possessed unimaginable divine might and could even trap a divine lord to death. In the past, someone had used this diagram to kill a Genesis master in the northern region. They had found such a treasure diagram to deal with Yi Fan, to prevent any accidents from happening. In the sky, the diagram rotated slowly. Every time it rotated, a mysterious power would descend, freezing the air and repelling the Genesis divine runes that Yi Fan had laid down. Comprehending one technique leads to comprehending all techniques. When a person's strength reaches the extreme, he can indeed collide with all domains. A divine martial diagram is all-encompassing and can dissolve the power of heaven and earth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He realized that even in the northern region, his Genesis technique might not be invincible. There were still other methods that could counter it. Bo, soft sounds rang out in the air. Yi Fan kept attacking, taking out more than a dozen fist-sized god source stones. Each of them contained endless runes and could turn a large area into ashes. However, all of these god source stones were the foundation of the Genesis divine formation that he had laid down. They could not be used alone. He used all of his skills to move outside the palace and carve the forbidden technique from the Book of Origin. The three supreme experts have been blocked. They really can't rush over and can't get close to the divine body. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The Genesis technique was unparalleled and could stop supreme experts. Break! The three supreme experts shouted together and activated the ancient martial diagram together. They wanted to disintegrate the terrifying fluctuations caused by the Genesis technique. At the same time, they were very shocked. Why is it like this? This diagram was refined by the predecessors and they paid a great price to exchange for it. Logically speaking, it can even kill a Genesis master. Why can't it do anything to him? The three were full of doubts. Although I am the Yuan Taoist master, I can also use a part of the Heavenly Master's forbidden technique. Enjoy! Yi Fan continued to attack. In this place, divine clouds covered the sun. The dozen or so god source stones seemed to have a life of their own. They all burst out with endless runes and shrouded the heaven and earth. Each rune was like a small dragon swimming around. He can use the forbidden technique from the Book of Origin now? Why is it like this? He is still far from the Yuan Taoist master. How can he do all of this? No matter how angry and anxious they were, they could not change anything. Yi Fan calmly sealed them in front of the palace. They could not take a step forward. Open! The three powerhouses attacked, but even after shattering two Holy Lord-level weapons, they still couldn't break through. It was all in vain. At this time, the youths of the Wang family were all pale. They had a premonition that things were not good. Even the supreme experts of the family were sealed here. It was most likely a tragedy. Granduncle, quickly think of a way. Can we cross the void? Granduncle, we have to rush out. The divine body is vicious and merciless. If we are trapped here, he will refine us all. These people were all terrified. There was not a single one who wasn't terrified. They braced themselves and urged the three supreme experts. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was all useless. Even though the ancient martial Dao diagram in the sky was spinning, it could not break through the origin heavenly deity formation. What is the divine body trying to do? In the distance, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. They all couldn't help but retreat. They had a premonition that something terrifying was about to happen. All right, didn't your Wang family clamor all day long? Today, I've come to send you all on your way. Yi Fan shouted. Then, his hand pressed down in the void. Countless runes were activated, flickering with metallic luster. They submerged this place in an instant, and then he quickly retreated. The entire vast stone square began to burn. Resplendent divine light erupted like the most gorgeous fireworks. It was beautiful and dazzling, terrifying and bewitching. A pure and holy flower, nothing can surpass the brilliance and beauty of this world. Yi Fan sighed with a smile. In the distance, everyone felt their blood run cold. Who could endure this type of firework? This was the price of a Holy Land-level stone square's destruction. Regardless of how many people died, the value of this was immeasurable. Wang family's foundation in the eastern wasteland is completely finished. 3 supreme experts were trapped and killed just like that. This is too sullen. They didn't even have the chance to take action. In the distance, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This type of result was a bit difficult for them to accept. What a pity! Those wondrous stones were so valuable, yet they were all destroyed. My heart hurts so much. There were a few wondrous stones that I had paid attention to for several decades. I always wanted to get my hands on them, yet they were all destroyed. There were some people who were indifferent towards the deaths of the Wang family's experts, but they felt great heartache towards the wondrous stones in the stone garden. They wrung their wrists and sighed, beating their chests and stamping their feet. What a pity! Yi Fan also felt that it was a pity. Wang Teng's father and other important figures were all guests at the Ji family, proposing marriage in the void ancient palace and not here. However, he also felt relieved. If those people were here, it would be almost impossible for him to uproot them. You guys go propose marriage and I will uproot your nest from behind. This is just the beginning, Yi Fan muttered to himself. In front, flames raged. That was Genesis Qi boiling, calcining the vast foundation. All the major forces in the divine city were shocked. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Someone actually dared to erase the foundation of an ancient holy land in the #1 city of the eastern wasteland. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the ancient buildings. Celestial light shone in all directions, and a sacred aura filled the air, making people want to kneel down. Flying Immortal in the stone garden. It's the Heaven Stone Garden. Rare treasures have appeared there. The entire ancient garden was destroyed, and the wondrous stones were all burning, turning into endless Genesis Qi. However, there were treasures left behind, and the flying immortal phenomenon was astonishing. Chapter 670. The stone square became a sea of flames. It wasn't ordinary flames but rather surging origin energy. It refined the void, creating a dazzling scene. In the distance, many cultivators sat in meditation and began to cultivate, guiding the essence energy that rushed out into their bodies to cleanse their bodies and refine their flesh. There were even more people who were horrified. They stared unblinkingly at the depths of the stone garden. Immortal light shone in all directions, and a divine aura moved in all directions. That fluctuation made people tremble. Once the flying immortal phenomenon appeared, a world-shocking divine object was bound to appear. It was definitely a priceless treasure, and now this fluctuation was extremely strange and almost terrifying. What is it? It must be some sky-high stone that cracked open, and a divine object fell out. Many people were moved, but they had no way of approaching it. The heavenly origin divine formation laid down by Yi Fan was too terrifying. Everyone was afraid of being sucked in and turned into dust. Clang. There was the light ringing of a weapon. The sound was clear and cold, like the roar of a dragon that shook the 9 heavens. It traveled extremely far, and all kinds of divine multicolored lights flew out. It was extremely beautiful. Weapon, it's actually a weapon. Everyone was shocked. It was sealed within a strange stone and hadn't been destroyed after so many years. One didn't even need to think to know that it was definitely a heaven-shocking precious weapon. If it's a weapon that fell out from the stone, then its origin is definitely terrifying. It might even make the Holy Lands break their skulls. At this moment, many people's minds spun at lightning speed, thinking of many possibilities. The stone contained a weapon. If it was born naturally, then it would most likely be like the 9 orifices stone man that Yi Fan cut out in the past, holding a holy sword and other things to prove the Tao in the future. And if this wasn't the case, then it was even more frightening. It was very likely that it was a weapon left behind by an archaic king or the human race's most powerful saint. Because it had been preserved for too long, it was definitely of this level. Weapons from the primordial era should have been destroyed by now. Could it be that an immemorial sacred weapon has really appeared? This region was in chaos. Many people became restless. If this kind of weapon was priceless, even the Holy Lands would break their skulls for it. It might even be a fragment of an ancient emperor weapon. Someone suddenly said. When these words were spoken, the entire place became silent. Many people's blood flowed faster. This wasn't impossible. The terrifying fluctuations that made people want to kowtow were enough to explain everything. Regardless of what kind of situation it was, the destroyed stone workshop definitely contained exceptional precious materials that made one's blood boil and lose control of themselves. Suddenly, after a roar, a figure that resembled a fiend god appeared in the raging flames. It roared towards the sky and continuously paced back and forth, causing smoke to soar into the sky. What? There's a creature? Everyone was stupefied. No matter what, they never thought that an archaic creature would be born. Clang. The weapon sounds became even louder. When that humanoid creature moved, it wasn't the sound of footsteps, but rather the sound of weapons vibrating. It left everyone stupefied. Yi Fan was also paying attention to all of this. He could barge in, but he didn't act rashly. There was a powerful aura in the stone garden that made him feel deeply uneasy. Suddenly Yi Fan stared blankly. He sensed a special fluctuation that was a bit familiar. It appeared in the clouds. He quickly raised his head and looked up. Suddenly he saw a familiar little fellow. A little golden creature was a little timid. Its pair of big bright eyes were like black gems as it glanced around. Its whole body was covered in golden scales. In the end, it disappeared into the sky full of Genesis Chi. Divine Silkworm. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect to see this little thing again in the northern Divine Region City after a few years. It was even more beautiful than before. It was only the size of a palm. It was chubby and looked like a small golden qilin. It shone brightly and timidly absorbed the Genesis Chi in the clouds. Below, the Genesis Chi was boiling and burning. The entire stone square had been melted, including all the sky-high stones. The essence Chi was so majestic that it was terrifying. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm required a huge amount of Genesis Chi for each transformation. The unusual movements here had attracted it over, and it wanted to use this opportunity to transform. Yi Fan's expression was calm, and he revealed a smile. This little golden creature was very interesting and was very close to him. Back when his Genesis Chi was injured by the Great Tao, it had come to visit him in the middle of the night and pretended to be dead to make him laugh. Thinking of some things in the past, Yi Fan carved divine runes in the void and changed the heavenly origin divine formation. He guided the purest Genesis Chi into the sky. The divine silkworm in the sky was extremely happy and intoxicated. It opened its mouth and began to suck in the endless Genesis Chi. Its body flickered with golden light as it swallowed the endless Genesis Chi. The divine silkworm. It's the divine silkworm that Yi Fan cut out in the past. Someone exclaimed. They had finally discovered the little golden creature in the sky and were all moved. Now, this little creature was much more valuable than before. It had already undergone 3 transformations. If it absorbed the entire stone square reserve of a clan of the ancients, it would most likely complete its 4th transformation. Although some people wanted to catch the divine silkworm, they didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Fan was here, and everyone had seen his methods just now. Even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to do anything. The scene fell silent for a moment. People peeped at the weapons in the depths of the stone garden and stared at the little golden creature in the sky. They were all making plans. The Wang family stone square was still burning for a full 6 hours. One could imagine how many divine items were contained in those sky-high stones. They were their collection over many years. At the 4th hour, the divine silkworm patted its little belly in satisfaction. Its large eyes continuously moved about. It looked like a thief as it prepared to run. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. It came extremely quickly, and the little golden creature's eyes directly rolled back. Its entire body released smoke, and it almost fell down. You want to run after eating? Haha, retribution has arrived, right? Yi Fan laughed. The heavenly tribulation was intense and extremely terrifying. It was comparable to Yi Fan's tribulation. All types of lightning, 5 elemental lightning, great in true tribulation, primal chaos lightning, and others all hacked down. The divine silkworm was like a frightened little rabbit. It jumped about and attacked the heavenly tribulation, and then it began to resist. Use your innate divine technique to block it. Yi Fan transmitted sound, giving pointers just like last time. In the surroundings, everyone frantically ran, not a single person daring to stay behind. If they provoked the tribulation, then they would undoubtedly die. They didn't want to be harmed to death by a thieving divine silkworm. It had to be said that this divine treasury was truly strange. It first pretended to be dead, spitting out white foam from its mouth and rolling back its eyes. Then, it became angry, cursing the heavens. Its little claws moved about, and then great moves were released one after another. They were all strange divine techniques. However, in the end, this little golden creature's skin and flesh were lacerated. Golden blood flowed out, and a meat fragrance wafted out. It pitifully asked for help from below. You can only rely on yourself. Yi Fan released a divine will. All types of scenes of his past tribulation were reflected before the divine silkworm's eyes. In the end, the divine silkworm was almost hacked to pieces. It turned into a lump of black coal and fell high into the sky. The heavenly tribulation disappeared. Don't tell me it died? Everyone was shocked. Pop! A light sound rang through the air. The black coal exploded, and a streak of resplendent radiance surged. A phoenix cry sounded in all directions, and then a divine phoenix rushed out. It was less than half a foot long, and even with its tail feathers, it wasn't more than a foot long. Its wings were bright and beautiful, and its main color was golden. It was full of vigor and vitality, and its eyes were intelligent. However, there was also a bit of perplexity, as if it didn't know where it was. The divine silkworm's 9 transformations would forget the past with each transformation. This was the greatest drawback. The little golden creature had cut off its past, and now, it was reborn. However, its adaptability was great. In that instant, it became thieving, turning around to escape. Its golden wings moved, tearing through the clouds like a golden river as it moved against the sky. However, Yi Fan had long taken precautions. The rho symbol art was displayed, immediately following up, blocking in front of it. A large hand reached out, grabbing forward. At the same time, a streak of divine will was released, displaying all of its past events, allowing the divine silkworm to understand its past life. The little golden phoenix was momentarily absent-minded, and then it completely sobered up. It still chose to flee into the distance, not stopping, remaining extremely vigilant. Yi Fan was astonished. Even his large hand couldn't stop it. The divine silkworm race's innate divine technique was extremely astonishing. It broke through the restrictions and pierced through the void, leaving behind a 7-colored hole before disappearing. The divine silkworm's 9 transformations is unmatched in the heavens and earth. It is worthy of being one of the most powerful archaic king races, he said to himself. Meanwhile, in the endless distance, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, the origin ancient mine whose name had shaken the ages, a humanoid creature that seemed to be able to penetrate millions of li gazed towards the divine city. At this moment, the entire northern region was filled with a mysterious aura, but it quickly disappeared. The Wang family's stone square had long disappeared, and the origin energy no longer surged. Just now, the lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, flattening this vast region. Only the stone garden still had some semblance of appearance. That is, everyone was greatly shocked. A demon-like figure became indistinct, and then it entered a piece of copper. A weapon fragment. It really is a weapon that has produced a weapon spirit. This is the weapon of an archaic king. It might also be a fragment of an emperor weapon. Just now, there was a powerful aura that transmitted over from the distance. Could it be that it is because of this weapon fragment? Could its owner still be alive? Everyone rushed over, but Yi Fan was even faster. He operated the army symbol, immediately summoning this piece of copper into his hand, firmly gripping it. However, the copper immediately shattered, turning into copper powder that rustled as it fell. A sphere of light flew out from within. It had a humanoid form, but it was only the size of a fist. This is a deity. Many people cried out in alarm, all of their eyes burning with passion, filled with shock. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, all of them wishing to obtain it. A weapon that has produced a deity, it is at the very least a holy weapon, but it might also be a fragment of an emperor weapon. I understand, this is a deity that was specially raised to repair holy weapons. A few old monsters were well versed in secret information, guessing at the truth. Before the primordial era, the great battles of matchless figures were incomparably terrifying, needing to fight in outer space. Even the weapons of ancient saints might be damaged. For this reason, when unmatched figures refined weapons, they would sometimes produce two deities. Once the ancient holy weapon was destroyed, a deity could be sacrificed to repair it. However, deities from ancient holy weapons were extremely difficult to produce. Normally, they would be produced from lightning when crossing tribulation. They were incomparably mysterious, the most precious. It seems like this is a weapon deity nurtured by an archaic king, enough to repair an ancient saint's weapon. Many people's eyes became green, really wishing to throw themselves over. It might also be an unmatched weapon spirit nurtured by an archaic king. Did you all sense anything just now? Why did I feel like there was a pair of eyes looking over from the endless distance, as if it came from Origin Ancient Mind's direction? There was a split second of absent-mindedness, but it quickly disappeared. The deity used to repair weapons didn't have its own will, anyone could use it. Its price was equivalent to a Genesis mountain, so there was no way to measure just how precious it was. Yi Fan's heart stirred. He had an ancient item on him. He could use this deity to repair it. Although it might not be able to be repaired, it would definitely have boundless uses. After this battle, the Wang clan's foundation in the Divine City no longer existed. Everyone was annihilated, not a single person managed to escape. This news instantly circulated throughout the eastern desolate lands, causing the entire land to tremble. Everyone was shocked. The moment the Saint Physique appeared, he already caused such a huge commotion. And now, he was only at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, yet he already dared to uproot the foundation of a major power on the level of an immortal sacred ground. In the future, what else would he not dare to do? After Wang Teng learns of this, he will definitely kill his way over and fight to the death against the Saint Physique. Everyone believed that before the battle at the ancient Sovereign Mountain began, the North Emperor and the Saint Physique would most probably fight. Chapter 671. Ji Family. Within the ancient palace personally constructed by the Void Emperor, countless stars flickered. This was an eternal void that didn't seem to belong to this world. With a hurried glance, endless time flowed by, stellar domains swirling about, the cosmos developing. It was incomparably mysterious. This was an ancient palace that was full of primal chaos mist. While inside, it was unknown what year it was. Only Ji Clan's esteemed guests could enter. Outsiders might not even be able to enter even once in several years. This place contained the secrets of the Tao confirming void, a strand of great emperors' might flowing about. According to legend, after the Void Emperor returned from the world-shocking battle at the Undying Mountain, he passed away in this ancient palace in his later years. That's a human emperor of a generation. What kind of great battle did he encounter for him to go into seclusion after returning? What did he encounter? Did he die in battle, or did he run out of lifespan? This was the question in the minds of everyone who entered the Void Ancient Palace. At the same time, they also felt boundless respect. If the Void Emperor hadn't fought his way into the depths of the Undying Mountain, who knew how many humans would have survived? Within the Void Ancient Palace, countless stars twinkled, as if they were facing the eternal starry sky. The Ji Clan Great Emperor buried himself in the boundless unknown void, disappearing from the world. If he wanted to find the tomb of the Void Emperor, he would have to enter this place to find some clues. Otherwise, he would never have a chance. Is the Void Emperor really dead? Wang Teng asked. He was fortunate enough to enter the Void Ancient Palace, drinking tea here with his father, Ancestor Xian, and others. The ancient emperors of the archaic era, the unparalleled emperors of the human race, even though they were extremely talented and had heaven-defying strength, in the end, they couldn't withstand the passage of time. There would be a day when they would all pass away. A living fossil from the Ji clan side. Suddenly, a small fiery red bird flew in. It was just like the legendary vermilion bird. It looked down on everyone present, not fearing any Holy Lord-level characters at all. A divine thought shot out from the space between its brows and entered the mind of a living fossil from the Ji clan. His expression changed and he remained silent for a long time. The people of the Wang family clearly felt that something was wrong. Wang Teng's father asked, "What happened?" "Something happened in the northern region," said the living fossil of the Ji clan. Not long after, a piece of jade flew in from outside the Void Ancient Palace. It projected a scene showing everything that was happening in the divine city. Pa! Wang Teng crushed the teacup in his hand and sprang to his feet. He was furious and couldn't take it anymore. The stone square had been uprooted by the divine body, which shook the entire eastern barren territory. This was a great humiliation for the Wang family. I must slay the saint body as a sacrifice for the heroic spirits of the Wang family. The North the Arch made a solemn vow. Now that he was a guest in the Ji clan, Yi Fan's actions were a serious provocation. Coupled with their past hatred, a battle to the death was unavoidable. Wang Teng, I'll be waiting for you in the northern region. I'll wash your head clean and cut it off. On this day, Yi Fan said the same thing in God City. The entire city was shaken, and his words quickly spread out. The entire eastern wasteland was in an uproar. One claimed to be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor and was no weaker than the great emperors when they were young. The other had a saint physique and could compete with the great emperors after it was completed. Was this a rehearsal in advance? The battle between the two would definitely attract the attention of the entire eastern barren territory. Even the attention of the 5 regions would be drawn here. This was a battle that would decide the future. Everyone was looking forward to it. Yi Fan had already said in God City that he would wait for the North the Arch to come. According to the North Thearcha's personality, he would definitely cross over. In the void ancient palace of the Ji clan, the sky above was extremely deep. Many stars twinkled as if they were connected to the depths of the universe. Suddenly, there was a soft sound as a palm-sized meteorite fell down. What is this? Everyone stood up. The steady living fossils knocked over the tables and chairs. They rushed over impatiently as they felt a trace of the great emperor's might. Is this a secret treasure left by the ancestors? The few elders of the Ji clan all trembled. They felt an aura similar to that of the void ancient mirror. There was a terrifying flow of divine might that was very frightening. They almost fell to the ground. Clang. There was a metallic sound as the blue broken star fell into Wang Teng's hands. It flashed with a demonic light and had a strange Tao rhythm. At that moment, the expressions of the people of the Ji clan changed. But why did the inheritance of the Ji clan fall into the hands of an outsider? This was not a good sign. However, they were not worried. In this void ancient palace, no one could act recklessly. Even Wang Teng, who was known as the reincarnation of the ancient Arch, could not do so. He could only hand it over. There is a trace of blood. Everyone was shocked. On the blue broken star, there was a trace of fresh blood that seemed to have just flowed out. It was incomparably beautiful. Why is there blood? It looks like it just splashed on it. The few top figures were shocked. The feeling this blood gave them was too familiar. It was the same as the aura of the void ancient mirror. Moreover, there was a type of divine might flowing that made people want to kneel down. It came from the fresh blood. Plop. At the back, an expert used his divine will to investigate. He was actually suppressed and fell to the ground. He could not bear the ocean-like pressure. Could this be a trace of our ancestors' blood? The people of the Ji clan trembled. Even the living fossils could not help but tremble. They were extremely excited. They did not know what happened. They did not know why this blue broken star fell from the boundless void. Moreover, there was a trace of the void emperor's blood in it. My ancestor buried himself in the endless void, and no one knows where his tomb is. Why is there a piece of debris of the stars stained with his blood? A living fossil of the Ji clan stretched out his hand, wanting to take it from North Thearcha's hand. However, he found it difficult to move. Moreover, he was sent flying dozens of feet away, smashing many jade tables and chairs. How dare you be so presumptuous in my Ji clan? An elder's face darkened. He was about to attack Wang Teng. Everyone, please calm down. My son is not being rude. You see the power of the blue star. My son is unconscious. Wang Teng's father hurried forward. At the same time, an old ancestor of the Wang clan also stood out. He said, with Tenger's power, he can indeed look down on the world. However, he can't possibly force a living fossil back like this. Everyone in the void ancient palace was shocked. Wang Teng did not move at all. Runes flowed out of the blue star's broken star and appeared in his eyes. In the boundless starry sky, the shooting stars that streaked across the sky disappeared in his eyes. There were all sorts of runes flashing in his eyes. It was very strange. Those runes were Dao marks floating up and down. Umph! The people of the Ji clan snorted. This broken star that was stained with the blood of the Void Emperor should belong to them. However, it was obtained by an outsider. Elders, please calm down. This belongs to the Ji clan. We will not take it away. A powerful being of the Wang clan broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Teng's father laughed. He said, "This is enough to prove that my son is fated with the Ji clan. Even the Void Emperor showed himself. I think this marriage is made in heaven." In a while, let Ting recite the inheritance he received without missing a word, the ancestor of the Wang clan said. The expressions of the people of the Ji clan kept changing. The few elders in particular were all thinking. The secret treasure of the Void Emperor had reappeared. What kind of inheritance would it be? Just how great is this Wang Teng's luck? The holy item from the Void Ancient Palace ended up in his hands. The elders of the Ji clan had no choice but to think carefully. They felt that the North deity might really be unstoppable. On that day, news spread to the outside world. Wang Teng received the inheritance of the Void Emperor and was recognized by a group of people from the Ji clan. It was very likely that he would form a marriage alliance with the Ji clan. What? The Void Emperor left behind another inheritance before he died? He actually chose Wang Teng and allowed him to obtain it. Is this true? In the eastern wasteland, many great powers received the report. They were all shocked. This was a matter of great influence. The comprehension of the Void Emperor before he died was incomparably important. Why does Wang Teng have such great luck? Is he destined to become an emperor? Everyone was shocked. What kind of invincible potential would he have after obtaining the recognition of the Void Emperor? Looks like the Ji clan is really going to form a marriage alliance with the Wang clan. The Ji clan's little moon will marry into the northern plains. People were shocked to find out that the two great powers were going to break the taboo and be tied together. There were rumors that a group of people in the Ji clan had always been against this marriage and wanted to discuss it in the future. There was also a group of people who were very supportive. Now that such a huge matter had happened, the number of people who were against this marriage would probably decrease sharply. There would most likely be no more resistance to the marriage alliance. This would cause a huge wave. In just a few days, there was news that a few doyens of the Ji clan had agreed to this marriage. It was said that the inheritance that Wang Teng handed over was extremely shocking. It was a supreme ancient scripture. "I won't marry." This was Ji Ziyue's resistance. However, the voice of the Ji clan's little moon alone seemed to be unable to change anything. In just a few days, North the Arch cultivated the scripture on the blue star shard and had terrifying progress. In the sky above a cave abode in the Ji clan, all sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. The true dragon, divine phoenix, and the others were all prostrating under the feet of the central the arch. The figure of the arch was himself. His golden body was majestic, and all sorts of sacrificial chants rang out. There were actually many divine spirits worshipping him. Even the elders of the Ji clan were shocked. They cultivated this scripture at the same time, but they were not as fast as North the Arch. In just a few days, he comprehended the Tao and cultivated to such a profound level. North Thearka's reputation rose. The doyens of the Ji clan, who were originally doubtful, now looked at him in a new light. Such talent was almost unparalleled. He will definitely be able to prove his Tao in the future. Many people were shocked. Their attitude towards him changed greatly, and they were no longer as hesitant as before. No one intentionally hid it. When the news spread to the outside world, the entire Eastern Baron was in absolute silence. This strong martial artist from the northern plains had suppressed the younger generation to the point of suffocation. Many elders sighed and worried for their children and grandchildren. After they died, who could go against such a North the Arch? Now, they themselves were already powerless. In the ruins of God, there was a vast ancient region. Many places were barren, and the soil was as red as blood. However, There were also many places that were full of vitality. Ancient herbs that were tens of thousands of years old grew there, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. A big black dog carried a little girl that looked like she was carved out of jade on its back. It roamed this region like a thief and kept muttering, "Damn it, there really is the southern heavenly gate. Is there really an ancient heaven in the deepest part?" It looked into the distance and saw an ancient gate in the ruins of God. It was extremely grand, and it was practically taller than the sky. "Doggy, when are you going to find Big Brother?" Little Nan Nan was like an exquisite porcelain doll, obedient and delicate, making one feel tender and affectionate. After some time. Speaking of which, he is really in big trouble. Even the G tribe has most likely planted the seed of great disaster. How could that blue fragment of the star possibly be the inheritance of the Void Emperor? It is stained with his imperial blood. Just thinking about it makes one's scalp go numb. The big black dog murmured in an inaudible voice. "Doggy, what are you talking about?" Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and lightly patted him. "I remember great Emperor Wuxia once said that the supreme being in the depths of the undying mountain's weapon is forged from the eternal blue gold of the galaxy. Just thinking about it makes one shudder. It is most likely a fragment of the weapon that was shot into the body of the Void Emperor and fell out. Although it is stained with his blood, it is still the inheritance of the undying mountain." In the north region, Yi Fan also received news about Wang Ting in the past few days. He fell silent. The other party's faded opportunities had truly surpassed his imagination. However, he was fearless. He let out his strongest battle cry, which was spread throughout the eastern wasteland by many cultivators. The fragrance of osmanthus wafts in the air. "On the night of the full moon, let us fight to the death at the peak of the Purple Mountain." On the night of the full moon, the battle between the Saint Physique and the North the Arch at the peak of the ancient Emperor Mountain shocked everyone. Even the ancient beings knew about it, because that was the place of pilgrimage in the ancient era. Chapter 672. Fragrant Osmanthus, Full Moon Night, Battle to the Death at the Peak of the Purple Mountain. Everyone in the Eastern Baron was waiting. The divine physique against the North the Arch was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. It was the same as a prelude to the battle between the divine physique and the ancient emperors. This news was extremely influential and quickly spread to the middle ground and the southern mountains. Everyone was looking forward to this battle because it would decide who could prove their Tao in the future. There were still more than 10 days until the night of the full moon. It was not that far away and would arrive very soon. This battle was right in front of them. It would be a fierce battle that would attract the attention of the entire world. It was easy to imagine that it would be the focus of the entire world. There was no reason for Wang Ting not to accept the battle. He couldn't retreat. Now that he was so strong, he could look down on everyone in the younger generation and be on the same level as a divine ruler. As expected, after Yi Fan shouted his battle cry, Wang Ting immediately responded. He declared in front of the Ji clan that he would kill the divine physique at the ancient Emperor Mountain on the night of the full moon. Autumn in the north region was very cold. Yellow leaves fell and filled the air with a somber atmosphere. A gust of wind blew and the leaves danced. A bleak season had arrived. A shocking battle was about to begin, but Yi Fan passed it calmly without any ripples. People couldn't tell what was going on. In the meantime, he went to the Miaoyu nunnery but didn't see in Miaoyu. He learned that this beautiful woman had already gone to the western desert alone to search for a mystic technique and to cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism. The north region was boundless and there were few oases. There were no osmanthus flowers, but he was going to face the moon and fight. In half a month's time, an osmanthus tree actually grew in front of the Purple Mountain. The fragrance filled the air and could be smelled from far away. The petals fell in the wind. The night was like water. Yi Fan strolled alone on the bloody ground. He passed through the osmanthus forest and circled around the Purple Mountain. He didn't do anything special and left soon after. The divine physique just entered the Immortal's secret realm not long ago. Can he defeat the North the Arch? What will he rely on? Yi Fan is too rash in this battle. It doesn't bode well for him. During this time, many cultivators were discussing. They thought that Yi Fan would most likely lose this important battle because he was too impulsive. During this period of time, Yi Fan roamed the lands of the northern region. He traveled to almost all the ancient veins and left his footprints on many mountains and rivers. Several days later, a piece of news spread from the southern region. The North the Arch and Jianghu were about to get engaged, and it would be in the next few days. Hua! The entire eastern wasteland was in an uproar. This was too sudden. Why was there such an arrangement before the decisive battle? It left everyone shocked. Holy boy, do you think you can change everything by challenging my Teng? In the southern region, Wang Teng's father sneered, I've long heard that you are very close to the pearl of the Ji clan. Do you want to change everything with a single battle? Dream on. Big brother, there's no need for him to do this. Even if he has a divine physique, he will undoubtedly die. He is doing this to resolve the so-called predicament of the Ji family's little moon. How could he possibly be a match for Teng? He's just throwing his life away. A great being from the Wang family said. Wang Teng's father, Wang Chengkuan, stood in front of the window and sneered. The reason why I suggested the engagement is to make everything go down the drain for him. I want to disturb his mood and make him die faster. But the Ji clan might not agree at this juncture. There are a few elders of the Ji clan who have a close relationship with us. They hate what the holy boy did back then. You can ask them to make an exception. Even if they don't agree, we can spread the news, and they won't say anything. Wang Chengkuan said. The news of Wang Teng and North Thearka's engagement caused a huge uproar, but the Ji clan didn't say anything. The people were bewildered. Too fast? How can it be so fast? People didn't understand. Why would they choose to get engaged before the great battle? This didn't make sense. Wang Teng's father, Wang Chengkuan, sneered. Do you think you can kill my Teng by choosing the ancient sovereign mountain and having the geographical advantage? I'll let you come to the southern region to die first. 2 days later, the Wang family sent a gift from the northern plains. It was a phoenix stone that could ward off all evils and increase one's cultivation speed by 20%. It could be considered a supreme treasure. One had to say that this gift was too precious. It could ward off all evils, but it could increase one's cultivation speed by 20%. It could be considered a heaven-defying treasure, but the Wang family was willing to give it away. The Wang family's foundation is too strong. This kind of thing is priceless in the eyes of the saints, but they are giving it away so generously. There must be something even more precious in the family. This gift made many people jealous, but there was nothing they could do. Who would dare to snatch it? 3 days later, an elder of the Ji clan spread the news that the two families would be connected by marriage soon. The engagement was done recently, confirming the rumors. 8th ancestor, what do you mean by this? Ji Ziyue's father's expression was very ugly. He wanted to follow his daughter's wishes and didn't want her to be wronged, but he couldn't withstand the pressure from the family. I'm just saying it casually, but it will happen sooner or later. Ji clan's 8th ancestor said. Aren't you confirming the rumors that the Wang family released? You have to know that we haven't agreed to the engagement yet, so how can you be so hasty? Ji clan's brother and sister's father was also a powerful person. Ji and Ji, you haven't become the family leader yet. 8th ancestor looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything else. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that the bright pearl of the eastern wasteland was about to get engaged. At this sensitive period, there were many topics to talk about. Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan are very close. Many people know that the Wang family is setting a trap to force Yi Fan to come. They want to kill him in advance. They are really ruthless. Yi Fan is in the northern region and can fight with a top Saint Lord with his Genesis technique. However, the Wang family wants to force him to come to the southern region before the battle and make him lose his greatest advantage. Some people quickly deduced. They wanted to kill the saint body and not give him a chance. If Yi Fan didn't come and couldn't take Ji Ziyue away, then he would definitely have regrets in the future. His Tao would be flawed and it would affect his state of mind. In fact, in the upcoming battle, he would be greatly affected. With a flaw in his heart, even if he chose to fight at the peak of the Purple Mountain, he would most likely die. Will the Wang family really get engaged at this time? This is a trap to force the saint body to come through the void and destroy his advantage. It doesn't have to be a real engagement. Just spreading the news is enough. The effect has been achieved and Yi Fan has no choice but to come. Otherwise, if there is a change, no one can bear it. The North the Arch is already so strong, but his father Wang Chengkuan still plans like this. He is really ruthless. If there is no accident, no matter what the saint body chooses, he will be in danger. If Yi Fan comes to the southern region, he will lose all his advantages. It is the same as sending himself to death. If he doesn't come, his mind will be flawed and cannot be at peace. He most likely won't be able to use his full strength on the night of the full moon. In the northern region, Yi Fan received the news. He stood on an ancient vein and looked into the sky. He was silent for a long time and didn't move. It was as if he had been petrified. He was in a dilemma. At the same time, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others also received the news. They were all shocked. Little Yezi is going to fight that bastard Zeding on the night of the full moon. This battle is too early. He hasn't accumulated enough. Damn it, the Wang family is too shameless. The North the Arch has the advantage, but they still plan like this. They are forcing little Yezi to go to the southern region to fight in advance. Damn it. No, we must stop little Yezi. There can't be any accidents. The war in the eastern wasteland is about to start. Wu Shizhong will provoke the ancient beings. I will go and participate in the battle in advance to gain experience, Dongfang Yi said. That day, Ji Haoyue didn't say anything. He crossed the void and rushed back to the clan from the central region. He appeared in the residence immediately. Wang Teng, get out here. The saint body hadn't shown his prowess and hadn't fought with the North the Arch yet, but the Eastern Wasteland deity king was already angry. When he returned to the clan and saw his sickly sister, he felt his heart ache and shouted such words. Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled. The image of a bright moon rising from the sea appeared. Like a god, he barged into the 9 palaces of the clan, smashed an ancient palace with one punch, and entered Wang Teng's place of seclusion. Haoyue, what are you doing? An elder of the Ji clan rushed over. No one can decide my sister's marriage. She can only decide it herself. Ji Haoyue shouted. He didn't even go forward to greet the North the Arch. His black hair was like a waterfall, dancing wildly. He said, Wang Teng, come out and fight me. This roar shook hundreds of miles and spread to the outside world immediately, causing a huge earthquake in the southern region. The Eastern Wasteland deity king had been quiet for so many years. No one knew how strong he was. Today, he actually exploded and wanted to fight with the North the Arch. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. A tall figure appeared from the ruins. He shone brightly, drowning the heaven and earth. Above his head, a dragon and phoenix roared together. He stood on an ancient golden chariot. Wang Teng, others are afraid of you, but I don't care. Today we will fight to the death. Ji Haoyue's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like lightning, and he pressed forward like a god. Teng, don't be rude. Wang Chengkuan appeared. Before the North the Arch said anything, he spoke first and stopped him. Haoyue, what are you doing? The elder of the Ji clan also went forward and stopped Ji Haoyue. 8th ancestor, move aside. Ji Haoyue shouted. His body released the precious radiance of a divine king. A blue sea appeared behind him, and a bright moon slowly rose. Bang! 8th ancestor was knocked and staggered. His expression immediately changed as he said, impudent. A figure flashed, and the elders of the Ji clan appeared. They blocked both sides and didn't let the two youths fight. On that day, news spread that Ji Haoyue was imprisoned. A few elders personally came out to calm him down. Clan head, why are you doing this? In an ancient cave, Ji Haoyue sat cross-legged. His eyes were like lightning as he asked in a low voice. I didn't agree to the engagement at this time. That was just 8th ancestor's nonsense. You don't have to worry. After the Ji clan's Saint Master said this, he turned and left. But this is such a huge matter. How can you speak nonsense? This is a matter of life and death. Ji Haoyue shouted. However, the ancient cave became silent, and no one replied to him. I won't get engaged even if I die. Let my brother out. In a palace, Ji Ziyue was furious. She tried to escape a few times but was caught. At this moment she was finally afraid. She was worried that someone would interfere and really arrange the engagement. She said angrily, "Someone will come to save me and trample on North the Arch." Lass, don't say things out of anger. In this world, who dares to behave atrociously in my Ji clan? Eighth ancestor laughed and then persuaded, "What's wrong with Wang Teng? His future is limitless. Even if something unexpected happens, he will at least be a saint. I am not your bargaining chip. I am Ji clan Ziyue. I am a person with flesh and blood. I am not an object for you to trade. I hate North the Arch." Ji Ziyue couldn't help but cry. "Silly lass, it will be fine once you think it through." Eighth ancestor continued to persuade. "I am not a bargaining chip. I am your Ziyue. You can't decide my future like this." Ji Ziyue begged and then said angrily, "Someone will definitely come and save me. In this world, who dares to offend my Ji clan? No one will dare to behave atrociously." Then he consoled, "Ziyue, you will understand in the future. We are doing this for your own good." In the north region, Pang Bo, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, and the others appeared. They entered the divine city and searched for Yi Fan. However, they couldn't find any traces of him. Where did little Yi go? Did he really go to Ji clan? Even kings will die if they go there. The south is a dragon's pool and tiger's den. In the south region, a void door opened and a figure walked out. In the south region, it was like spring all year round. This was a world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The vegetation was abundant, the spirit spring was gurgling, and the birds were not startled by humans. It was a very peaceful place. Yi Fan looked up at the sky with a resolute expression. He said to himself, "South region, I have returned. I am here.